News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter. are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now. Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honourable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, population of treaties,
and what a name. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Iboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Iboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way, way ahead of some developed countries because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that. You know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly. 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that, and I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to produce as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Yeah. Both sides. if people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo-Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikirieku. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to no. She's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo-Iweala are the same. We have a lot.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news updates on SOUQ News Television. I am Umivi Idolo. The federal government says the first 47-kilometer section of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will open to traffic between December 12 and 17, 2025. Minister of Works David Umahi, who inspected the project on Sunday, said both the government and the contractors are committed to delivering the segment of the 750-kilometer highway linking 9 coastal states. He added that Section 1 and part of Section 2 are expected to reach full commissioning by April 2026, even as construction continues on bridges and other structures. Umahi also addressed a recent court ruling that dismissed Stella Okengu and Win Homes Global Services suit challenging the project, saying the court found they lacked legal standing after admitting they had already sold the disputed land. He described Okengu's public allegations as misleading attempts to damage investor confidence, urging Nigerians to disregard her claims. The December opening marks a major milestone in the government's drive to expand national infrastructure and improve coastal connectivity. Despite enjoying record revenue inflows in 2024, Nigeria State owed a combined 1.06 trillion naira in arrears to contractors and retirees, according to Budget IT's 2025 State of State report. Of the total backlog, 434.87 billion naira is owed to contractors, while pension and gratuity arrears amount to 626.8 billion naira. The data highlights the deepening fiscal strain facing state governments, even as federal allocations and internal revenues surged significantly during the year. The report shows that 30 states were indebted to either group. 26 states had outstanding contractor debts, while 27 owed retirees. Analysts warn that the accumulation of such obligations threatens economic stability, local business liquidity, and welfare delivery at subnational level. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has rejected claims by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar that the appointment of express payment as a federal revenue collection channel was politically driven. Atiku had alleged that the federal government handed the firm a tax collection monopoly, sparking concerns about transparency. In response, FIRS through Aderuke Atoyebi, technical assistant on broadcast media to the chairman, dismissed the accusation as misleading and warned that such remarks could politicize Nigeria's tax administration system. Atoyebi clarified that the express payments arrangement was strictly a technical administrative decision, not a political favor. The agency urged the public to rely on verified information and not politicize commentary when assessing tax matters. About 100 liters of premium motor spirit petrol is entering Nigeria through multiple ports between November 21 and November 25, 2025. This comes shortly after the federal government postponed the planned 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol. Initially approved by President Bola Tinubu in October, the duty was aimed at protecting local refineries and stabilizing the downstream sector. However, analysts warned the tax could lead to higher pump prices once enforced, even as current imports temporarily ease supply concerns. And Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says trade discussions with the United States will resume when it's appropriate, noting that he currently has no urgent matter to raise with President Donald Trump. The talks were suspended last month after an anti-tariff advertisement by Ontario's provincial government prompted Trump to halt negotiations. Speaking on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Johannesburg, Carney said Canada is focused on new partnerships and expects potential conversations with the U.S. president in the next 2 weeks. Carney stressed that Canada remains open to dialogue, adding that discussions will restart once Washington is ready. Ottawa is seeking a deal to reduce U.S. tariffs on steel, aluminum, and automobiles, duties imposed by the Trump administration that have strained bilateral trade ties. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolor. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji
as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landed revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when the VAT allocation, and then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay, say so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He fathered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to Support Total Education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Good morning and welcome to another very beautiful Monday morning. There's no better way of starting your week than with us here on SOUQ News. Hope you had your nice, beautiful weekend. Hope you slept well. Hope you're ready to kick off this week in grand style. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is SBL. It's where you're supposed to be. Today on SBL, we'll be looking at, people say it's physical pressure, but hey, what is happening with state and owing pensions, gratuity? What is happening with states and not paying contractors? These are things this table will push up today, and we want your voice on it. Why? These are questions we look and seek answers for. We're also going to talk about fuel importation. And for those that are wondering why fuel prices are not going down, okay, good. We have them, no queues, but why are the prices still not going down? Despite Dangote saying that, hey, we are bringing down some prices, but why have they not gone down at the pumps? We will also look at tax matters. Some particular news pushed up sometime on Friday, and a major person, Atiku to be precise, laid some form of complaint, and the tax office answered. We'll bring that to bear here and talk about them. As it concerns development, business, finance, money, at the end of the day, what's in your pocket? Are you making it? Are you losing it? What's food like on your table? We will talk. This is SBL, and I'm not here alone. Your Excellencies, join me as I present to you this beautiful Monday morning. the fair one. Oyinpuri, good morning.
Good morning, Chicks. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, world. It's good to have you again this beautiful day, Monday. It's one of the best days. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning to you, I mean.
If you say so. And for those that are wondering, there has always been this face you see across oceans. We have the pleasure to tell you that he's in our studio today. And please join me with a round of applause on your own end as I introduce to you Amin Mukhtar. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you,
I'm happy to be here.
Yes, you're welcome. So today we will start with this particular issue, and it has to do with states. States owing retirees, contractors over ₦1 trillion. Now, this is despite the huge money that has come into their coffers, 2024-2025. Now, states owe a combined 1.06 trillion in arrears to contractors and retirees, according to budgeted 2025 State of State report. Of the total backlog, 434.87 billion is owed to contractors, while pension and gratuity arrears amounts to 626.81 billion. The data highlights the deepening fiscal strain facing state governments, even as federal allocation and inland revenue surged significantly during the year. The report shows that 30 states were indebted to either group. 26 states had outstanding contractor debt, while 27 owed retirees. Analysts warned that the accumulation of such obligation threatened economic stability, local business liquidity, and welfare delivery at the subnational level. Now, this is like the third time we are talking about states owing in less than 2 weeks. Can we ever get tired of talking about this? 434.87 billion owed contractors, 626.81 billion to pension and gratuity. Now let's break it down. This pension and gratuity, these are monies that were deducted from source before salaries were paid to these individuals in their years of service. Why are we not having problems with remitting these same monies back to the people that these monies were taken from in the first place?
At most states governments are supposed to use like a third-party pension contributing companies like private sectors do. If it is done that way, it is seamless. You know, once you have a third-party pension company handling that, your hands are washed off. You know, your people retire and they deal with their pension companies of their choice. But when states deduct pension and then they put it in their own coffers, then there's problem because there is no proper accountability, as we can see. That is why so many states are owing. And we are talking about this financial misappropriation of states so many times because we as a people, we put too much pressure on the federal government and we leave the state government and the local government. So we need to put more searchlight and torchlight on, you know, these subnationals because they affect us more than the federal government. They employ more people and they deal with more of our everyday activities. So we need to put more pressure and, you know, to come back to this pension thing, state government should let third-party companies that are built for this solution to handle pension contribution and, you know, paying off.
And paying and remitting it at the end of the day. Yes. You retire and you are not sure if you will get your pension. Is that not a direct gateway of let me accumulate and steal from government?
Okay, first of all, I'll call that phenomenon is a very bad one because it's setting bad precedents. It defeats investor confidence. You know, it also hinder and prevents, you know, people with bright minds from wanting to come into the government, you know, work. People go in there for all sorts of reasons, but if somehow they begin to look at the fact that their future is not secured, they want to prefer working in private organization than going, and I'm talking about the kind of brains that should bring developmental activities and the kind of initiatives that move mountains in the private sector to bear on the public sector. Also, it also reduces and depletes human capital development. And that's not a good one at all. But one other thing that we should ask, if it's all the states that will, the monies that were deducted from source to be given to pension, the PFAs, took it directly and refused to remit them to the pension authorities. Because if it refused to remit them to the pension authorities are going to cry out. Normally, when you have your pension accounts and monies are trickling, you're supposed to be seeing your balance every month end, because you yourself, you are making part of the contribution. The government that you're working for is also making a part of the contribution, and it's being remitted to the PFA, under which a specific employee, is signed.
And that is for states that have pension comes.
It is a civil service. It's a civil service rule. It is there.
If it's there, but is it being followed?
No. So that's where I'm going. So if that is the case, every month you get your salary, and you can see that your pension savings account, there is you didn't get any alert. You know that the government has not remitted or paid your pension for the first month, for the second month, for the third month. You will raise alarm. If you don't raise alarm, the pension fund administrators under which you are registered are also going to raise alarm, or the general body, the Nigerian Pension Commission, they're equally going to raise alarm, because they have regulatory oversight over the PFAs. And their regulatory oversight does not stop in the PFAs. To some extent, they collaborate and speak with we're talking about the government now, for them to make sure, if the fault is from their part, to make that payment to the account.
Okay, but
so
now,
it's a bit dicey.
You are talking about for states that have PFAs that are working.
We are talking about civil servants here, and I just established the fact that this is a rule. It's part of the civil service procedure.
Okay.
You have.
As we speak right now,
you
it is
must
not
have. No, it is not that it's not working. Who is defaulting?
Okay.
So the chains for us to actually look at who is actually defaulting is what I'm laying out here, and who is going to be playing that specific role. So I don't want to completely say the government is refusing to pay back to pay the receipt into the pension account. Now this is what I want to say.
Should it be the pension companies paying this, or should it be government paying it?
Government pay it directly.
To who?
Of course, to the PFAs, because it is there in your data, in your detail.
Now you're talking about book, paper, document, what is supposed to be. But let's now talk about what we see out there. We see where retirees get paid directly from government accounts.
Right.
As we speak this month.
There are some states where the PFAs pay directly into. So we have some on this side, some on that side, and that actually displays the fact of who is actually faulting. On that particular part, the state is faulting.
Okay. Now let's now come to. We are still going back to this pension. Now let's ask ourselves this particular question: why should you initiate a contract when there is no financial backup to fund that contract? Or when you know very well that even in your budgeting and in your internally generated revenue, you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel to be able to pay for those contracts, but yet you go ahead and initiate those contracts. Why?
And that's just pure financial recklessness. And I'm going through I can see that 3 states are not owing. So I would like us to talk about the 3 states that are not owing. Nasarawa is not owing, Kano State is not owing, and one other state. This is financial recklessness for contracts to be given out, and I like to give credit to what Wiki always says, that when there's so much pressure on him to deliver on infrastructure and campaign promises in Abuja, but he is saying he's not going to award any contract if there's no financial framework for it to be completed or for it to be paid for. So if any governor is giving out contracts without no financial backing for it, it's just pure financial breakthrough. And we need to look at some of the figures of this owing to see what the states can afford and what the states cannot afford. The most indebted state is not a very strong state. So I don't know how they accrued that so much debt to contractors. So it's just pure carelessness on the part of the governor.
Okay, now, Priye, let me come to you with this. Mukhtar says it's pure carelessness. Are you going to stand and say this is not corruption? Is it lawful to award contracts when you can't pay for them?
Do you know what
And at the end of the day, you say your tenure is done and you leave for the next person to inherit the problem you've caused down.
Okay.
Is this not corruption?
Okay. First of all, I'm laughing because I am not a judge.
I'm
to actually say this is actually corruption.
Speak to us like a layman in the street.
This
Now
is
your
not
state
corruption.
is indebted right now. Your state is owing 626 billion to pensions.
I think that's the collection.
Owing
400 billion or
I'm
so.
just giving an example.
The
Let's just say
contract.
it's your state.
Oh, okay.
Owing 434.8 billion to contractors. And that contractor happened to be maybe your in-law. And he hasn't sent his children to school in the last 6 months.
Okay.
And he has gone ahead to execute the contract.
Okay, so let's look at this from different strands. First of all, no state, including the nation itself, want to, they give forecasts. The 2025 budget is a forecast of, taking into consideration your revenue, your expenditure, and all your liabilities.
Okay.
And based on the prevailing strength for which you refine or you are going to get your product, how you're going to source your revenues to take care of the budget, then you make a forecast. In the case of Nigeria, we look at how much you're going to sell the barrel of oil, which for this year's budget was $75 per barrel, and now we are suffering for it. A lot of things determine how the government is going to put out a budget. And that also, when you look at a state, in this case that we're talking about, and they have financial obligations that they have to do with, of course, they're going to carve out their budgets, and they're going to predetermine all these indicators of what they are going to get, what they feel they are going to get. They are not completely certain, because if you are so certain, then it's no longer a forecast. If you are so certain, then that is what you are going to get.
Are you saying that they are forecasting to get into contracts?
No. Contract is not. Of course, they are going to pay their contract. And if you see it directly,
your forecast is contract.
Yeah, so that is where I'm going.
Okay.
In the fact that, okay, we are going to pay for this contract. We've given you mobilization fee to start, which, is one of the legal requirements for contractors to move to site. And a lot of things are going to determine if that contract is going to continue, if you can finish it, even on the part of the contractor, for the time period for which it has been highlighted or is going to be stalled. As far as the federal government is concerned, as maybe immediately the budget, the crude oil price fell down, and up till now, I don't think we are selling for $75 per barrel. We are going to suffer a lot. And if the government is trying to augment that shortfall by going out borrowing, we will raise eyebrow and we will raise our voices. It's going to cover those shortfall, because the forecast that we currently have, we cannot meet that because our revenue sources are depleted. That's the same thing. So I'm telling you why sometimes the state is going to owe contractors. The state, the state is, of course, they are going to owe contractors.
Can we not also tell you why owing contractors should be a crime?
Owing contractors cannot be a crime. You can owe your business partner. You can owe him as long as there is this agreement between both parties that, look, you are going to cover this up within a specified period of time. And for contractors, like I say, sometimes the contractors on their own part default, because they are telling you, look, when we struck this contract from the beginning, all the materials that we are going to purchase before now was at the rate of the dollar. Let's say the dollar was $75 or $100 to the naira. And in the course of the period, the amount of the dollar skyrockets to 150 naira. And this contract, just a moment. That's where you see the contractors go back to the state governors or to the federal government and say, look, we cannot continue with regards to our previous negotiation. We have to make amends. If the government has shown some form of understanding to bring in the contract, to listen to them, and to defer to them. I think it should be required from the contractors on their own part to also defer to the government. And it's not I'm not saying it's a good thing for us to owe contractors, because a lot of the capital projects are going to suffer. But sometimes these things are not deliberate in making of the state government. Okay. Some financial indicators and contractual indicators are also going to set
in. Do you agree that this owing is not deliberate? Looking at our environment and what we see on ground, do you agree that these owings are not deliberate?
I mean, if we go by the federal government example he made, I don't think the federal government's owing is deliberate, because like he explained, from the budget, there is a prediction or forecast of exploiting 2 million barrels per day. We are currently doing 1.6. We are expected to sell for $75 per barrel. Is selling for around 70. So we can see the discrepancy. However, the forecasted non-oil revenue
has increased.
As you know, they exceeded their their forecast.
But we loans. And so that shortfall has been bridged.
No. I mean, until we look at the numbers, we can't exactly say, okay, the fact that non-oil revenue exceeded what they were expecting, it covers for the shortfall in the oil revenue, because oil revenue is still the major source of revenue for us as a country.
Bring it down to states.
So, I mean, to states, until we pick each state and look at it critically, we cannot say for sure. But one thing we can all agree is that all the states have seen 2 times, 3 times level of revenue they've been receiving in the past.
From the center.
From the center.
So why are they still
and which is their major source of their revenue. For most states, the FAC allocation contributes 60% of their revenue. So if you've doubled that or tripled that, we shouldn't be seeing you owing retirees or pension at best. Contractors, I would say, is inevitable because there are so many factors. Sometimes contractors come out to say they are being owed, and it might be because they've delivered a substandard job, and the government is looking into, the quality control and, what they are expected to deliver. So there is that, and contractors will come out to say, oh, we are being owed. Sometimes, life happens. Like he said, revenue is supposed to come in, is not coming in, or there is an overriding interest. There's a priority that comes in. If, for example, there is a disaster and the government needs to put money into it, they have to look at, okay, should we pay contractors now or deal with displaced people, relocate them and all of that. Sometimes life happens. But we can all agree that as Nigerians, the governors have been, a little reckless, especially now that they are getting a lot more money. There should be more prudency and more integrity with what they are doing in terms of their financial obligations.
Okay, more prudency, more financial accountability when it comes to state, and also more people talking. It's not just the media, not just those that have cameras in front of them. If you have a smartphone, you can also be heard. So let's talk about the center, but hey, just like Amin said, those closest to us is the local government. Then their elder one, who happen to be the state. We're not talking enough about them. We want to see more accountability. I want to see our state and our local government move forward. I think so.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Now, let's go to our next story for today, and I think we'll dwell on this for a bit. That's to do with revenue generation. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the name will be changing very soon, has rejected claims by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar that the appointment of express payment as a federal revenue collection channel was politically driven. Atiku has alleged that the federal government handed the firm a tax collection monopoly, sparking concerns about transparency. In response, FIRS, through Aderonke Atoyebi, technical assistant on broadcast media to the chairman, dismissed the accusation as misleading and warned that such remarks could politicize Nigeria's tax administration system. Atoyebi clarified that the express payment arrangement was strictly a technical and administrative decision, not a political favor. The agency urged the public to rely on verified information and not politicized commentary when assessing tax matters. Okay, now, let's start from the very beginning. By law, Section 49 of the Companies Income Tax Act 2004 and the Section 31 of Federal Inland Revenue Service established Act 2007. FRSC has the right, by law, to seek, find, and appoint tax collection agents. Let's have that established first. So before we now start asking ourselves, why did they not? Now, the question is, if you remember some months back, we came on this table and talked about tax collection agents that FRSA has appointed. Several of them were named, and subsequently banks also came into the fray. So by now, we thought we've gone past that before this now came up last week. But now, let's ask ourselves this particular question. Why, from us on this table now, why did express payments get added after the numbers that were initially added before?
The way Nigerian civil service is constituted now, we need third-party private sector to collaborate with the civil service for, more optimal delivery on their mandates, if we are going to be honest.
Okay.
If we are going to be honest. Pick any sector. The civil service in Nigeria, we no longer have the best brains like we used to be. It's almost like the workforce in the civil service are the people that could not make it to the private sector. They end up there. So it's almost like when in the labor markets, the private sector pick the best brains, and what is left is what is absorbed into the civil service.
That's an indictment on the civil service.
But it's the reality, because they pay the least. They pay the least, so the best brains, they go to...
They have the more time.
Say that again?
They have more time to themselves.
I mean, they pay the least. I mean, we are Nigerians. Everybody is about the money, whoever pays the best.
Okay.
So, pick media. We are in media, for example. When was the last time you see anybody watching NTA?
Don't go there. NTA is the most watched. Okay, don't go there.
I mean, when was the last time any prominent politician go to NTA for an interview?
They do. Daily. Hope you know we're not here to publicize.
To publicize. But, I mean, the way it is, the federal government cannot match what the private sector is paying. We just talked about pensions being held. So the best brain go to the people that can pay. So, and it affects the productivity. And I mean, few weeks ago, we were arguing about e-governance, and we, sort of agree that the civil service cannot deliver on the mandate of e-governance because of their level of training. So if it was the private sector, we won't be having that kind of conversation.
Okay, now bring us back, tie this around.
So what we are saying...
express payment now? Why did we not get express payment at the first point when other fintechs, banks were recruited?
Into the FIRS?
Yes, as collecting agent.
That would be a question for the head of the FIRS. But what I can say is that what Alhaji Atiku, I like what Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is doing, which is playing the opposition and, shedding light into
the opposition, or he's laying a concern.
Yeah, I mean, as an opposition, that is your job. You mount pressure on the government. So I like that he's doing that. But I would like to point out that he's premature and he's giving out information. Okay. As an opposition, if you want to do that, you should show us the smoking gun. You just don't give us an headline to say, oh, I think this is publicized. You should give us the reason why it's publicized. Because you have just pointed out that the FRS is doing something that they are, constitutionally empowered to do.
Yes.
So there's nothing wrong with that. So until you show us that, okay, this company that is being appointed, the express payment is owned by somebody in government, which will be
who own express payment.
I mean, that is the job that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is supposed to do. So you show that there is conflict of interest because this is being owned by this person and this is the relation with the people in power. That is one. So if you are failed to establish that, then you show that, okay, this is what this is going to do and this is how money is going to be siphoned or stolen. If you cannot establish that and you are coming out as an opposition to kind of like put pressure on the government, but you are saying nothing. You know, you are saying so many things without actually saying anything because you are just saying, oh, the government has gotten a third-party payment agency to help them with tax administration, which is beautiful. So what is the concern? You say it's politicized. You have not established how it is publicized. So I feel like if opposition wants to do their work, they are welcome to do their work, but they should do it well. They should, you know, do it well. They are not doing enough as far as I'm concerned.
Give us enough data to talk about. Okay, Priya, I'm coming to you right now. There are several agents before Express Payment Solutions. Several, and we are able to ascertain and know the founders or owners of those companies.
We have ascertained that the founders and owners of those agents.
Yes. They are several of them are fintech. Banks are also involved, mind you. And for those that are also wondering, your telecommunication services, I'm not going to mention their name because they didn't pay us. The yellow ones, the ones that are, we don't know whether they are red or they keep changing, are also agents. They are also collection agents for federal, for the tax office. Now, express payments came in. Yesterday we tried finding out, okay, who exactly owned this express payment? But we've not been able to link, as of now, we've not been able to link them to any government official or somebody around the corridors of power. When this article
allegation
broke, what were the major things that came to mind?
Oh, if it's the major thing that came to mind, that's in alignment with one of the first things Amin said. He's simply playing the opposition, which is a good thing. One of the responsibilities of an opposition is to find political, economic, business development activities and the economic reforms that the current administration or the party in power is currently carrying out. Look for lapses here and there, pick holes, take advantage of it, and try to communicate to the public that, you know what, because of this X, Y, Z number of things that the current administration has done wrong, we as an opposition have the capacity to do better and to give good results. Great. Is doing that well. But if we were to pay more details in-depthly, why did the FIRS brought in the first tranche of companies as collective agents? Why did they do that in the first place?
Is that a question for me or just an open rhetorical?
Oh, okay. Maybe that's a question for both you and others who are listening. Why did the FIRS brought them in? In fact, let us look at the track record of the FIRS in collecting money, in tax mobilization and collecting money from the administration before Mr. Fowler became the chairman.
Okay.
And after Fowler left, okay, how the precedents laid down by Fowler continued, okay, and how the administration is taking it further. So if we look at the track record, we could see that even before Fowler came, there were lapses on the system. So when he came, I remembered so many initiatives. He had to even make Nigerian companies that have not paid tax for a long time, for as long as years. He gave them 18 months, and he gave them some, after that 18 months expired, he extended it to 2 years for them to pay a specific percentage of the money they are owing, not 100%. Why? Just to get back some of this money into the national coffer so we can have money. And if you know the history of Fowler and how he was equally one of the architects when it comes to IGR growth in Lagos State.
Okay.
No, so please let me continue for a moment before you actually stop me. Before the current president became governor of Lagos State, the IGR of Lagos State, some record has it as some record has it as 600 million naira monthly. However, other platforms like cable said in 1999 we're doing more than that. We were doing like 1.2 billion naira monthly for Lagos. Well, the same man who is president now came in as the governor of the state, and the IGR moved from, let's take the cable figure, 1.2 billion naira monthly to more than 600 billion naira monthly. And at the end of a year, we are looking at figures running to hundreds of billions of naira for Lagos. Okay, I think before Tinubu left, they were talking about 84, sorry, not hundreds, about 84 billion naira. And now as we're speaking, because that blueprint was laid down, we are talking about trillions in IGR in Lagos. So let me come back to the federal level.
Bring us very fast. As it concerns express payment.
Okay, as it concerns. So because I have asked a question which is very germane. Why did we bring in those agents into the frame of things so that we can increase the IGR of Nigeria? We can expand the tax net. We can equally bring to book those who are evading tax. And some of the people who are raising voices, now there are allegations against them that their companies were evading tax.
Let's focus on express payment.
Okay, now we want to focus on express payment. So now that express payment is part of that it's a licensed money transfer organization, even by the Central Bank of Nigeria. If it has fulfilled all the requirements for which the previous organization were listed, so it has been listed. Now, if we're talking about who own them, and let's now begin to talk about companies that come to bid for these projects, either in current administration or in previous administration, that have no strand of connection. They were never known from Adam, and they came and won the contract. Mention one.
I'm not in the corridors of power.
Great.
I didn't get to see those.
Now that I am in the corridors of power,
so
great. None. Some of the huge big businessmen to the ones that own banks, in fact, to the ones that own media houses, television stations, have been fraternizing with those in the corridors of power to not only get contracts, but also invite them for their annual general meetings to be handed awards to them. Some of them are CONs, Commander of the Order of the Niger.
Where is that taking us?
What I'm trying to say is that the allegation against express payment, I think it falls flat on its face, because the concern for which they were employed is the same concern for which the other collecting agents were employed.
Okay, this is one side I really need some clarification on, and I think a lot of Nigerians also need clarification on this. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Service came up and picked up collection agents. Beautiful, because you have to make collection very wide so that nobody will have issues having to travel or seek assistance just to remit his tax.
All right.
Just left, right, center, there are agents they can remit it to. If it's too difficult, then your mobile service providers, you can also remit to them. Even the banks are also there. Now, the service talked about technology backbone for tax affairs.
All right.
Now, they also have to go to fintechs and go to private organizations. Now, we are Nigerians, and we know that people always say, okay, because he knows this person, because he knows that person. Now, my question is this. We have the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. NITDA developed the platform for salary payments, even though it caused a lot of rancor between the university lecturers and co. But that platform is working, which means NITDA is able to develop solutions.
Right.
I have not seen NITDA solutions in FIRS, in Federal Inland Revenue Service.
That's an indictment on the agency.
Which of the agencies? The NITDA or the Revenue Service?
The NITDA. So that's an indictment on them, and the only way they can defend themselves is to say, oh, we developed this and the FRS did not take it. But however, when it comes to governance, speed matters too. Speed and efficiency. So if we are trying to do something and a private company comes to say, oh, we have developed this solution tailored for this that you are trying to do, I feel like it's the right thing to say, okay, let's take the technology. If you can verify the efficiency, or rather than say, oh, we have to develop it in-house, that might take 2, 3, 4 years. If somebody have already found the solution, and they are a Nigerian company too, they are going to pay tax eventually when they make money and employ people. So I don't see anything wrong in it. In all the capitalist economy of the world, that is the way it's done. In America, almost everything is done through a third party. For a 300 million population, the federal government employs only about less than 2 million people, because every other thing is done through a third-party private company. And that is how the economy strives, because we can all agree that, using America as a case study, the private sector drives economy faster than the government, the civil service.
And the government civil service.
Civil service.
Okay.
So if a private company come to say, oh, we have this solution, I feel like it's the right thing, as long as you can verify that it won't be compromised, and its efficiency, and it solves your problem, and it's even beautiful if it is locally owned by Nigerians. Like, according to the website of Express Payments, it's owned by Chief Samuel Oni. So if the opposition is going to say, okay, this is wrong, they have to establish...
Is Chief Samuel Oni an APC member?
Exactly. That's why I don't know. I just found this on Express Payments website. Okay. So I'm saying the only way this should make an headline is if anybody can establish the relationship between Chief Samuel Oni or his family and somebody high up in APC. And beyond that, you have to show that they are not qualified for the job. Or, they don't deserve the contract.
Add this to your submission. The Revenue Service also came up and said that there is no monopoly when it comes to collection as it concerns express payment. How can we clarify that?
I mean, somebody will have to, another company that is competent will have to apply for the same service and fulfill all the requirements. And if they don't get it, they can come out to say, okay, we can deliver this service, this is our track record, and for whatever reason, we are not getting it. So until that is the length that oppositions go in the advanced democracy that we admire so much. Okay. So the opposition just don't talk for talking's sake. You have to show us and see how they have breached the Constitution. You just don't say, okay, express payment is political, just assumption. You have to show,
Maybe we show it. Know if inter-switch appointment also is political.
So you have to show,
like, okay, now, let's break this down. A lot of people might not understand this, but Mukhtar gave an example of what happened outside this climb, to be specific, in the US. There are some arguments that happen on this table. Sometimes it's like we are flogging ourselves because of inefficiency, and I won't tell Mukhtar's lines of words. But now, for every single application, for every single financial dealing, be it crypto, be it your financial sites where you trade, be it your stock market applications, be it your shopping applications, every single one of them, they calculate your tax. If you are earning money on those applications outside this country, they calculate your tax. And through the year, they remit to the government. Which means every one of them is an agent that remits your tax to the government. With your permission, though, because you have to agree. But here we are still dealing with agents and non-agents, because there are, on the other side, monies to be made from these agents. So now, the question we should be asking ourselves now, who is representing who? Are these agents representing, in the large scheme of things, Nigerians or private business? How transparent are these agents? How transparent between them, Revenue Service, and their application to directly deal transparently with the TSA? and remit in full. Should we worry about that?
Worry about what?
Their remittance to
TSA.
Yes.
I mean, that is why we have ICPC and EFCC.
To pursue after the crime has been done.
Yes, I mean, to monitor too. To monitor is part of their job to monitor. But in the US, for example, they have, as far as I'm concerned, they have one of the biggest tax nets because they make sure every citizen that is 18 years and above file tax. Even if you are not making money, you still declare that you are not making money. And they are not doing it directly as a government. They do it through the third party. So you look at any of the company application that and they have their different prices, and you pay them, and you file your tax. So why didn't the Americans say, oh, we have to file tax for everybody directly ourselves? And in some way, those are like collecting agents too. So it is what it is. We have agencies. They are supposed to monitor all of these things. We have ICPC, we have EFCC. So they shouldn't be reactive. They should be proactive too. Okay. They should monitor.
Talking about being proactive, we are coming from a place where a former CBN governor in this country told us that our own dear NNPC did not remit revenue to the federal government for months, years. That is where we are coming from. So when people open up and talk about these issues, their fears should be heard. How are we going to see transparency in remitting what is collected to the federal government?
Great. So
full remittance.
Full remittance. Now, there are so many agents that the government has contracted to collect, these monies for the government. An extension going to the TSA. So if you will allow me, I would like to mention a few and how the government can put an extra searchlight on them to make sure that no dime, no kobo, is shortchanged of the government. Now, system specs, we know what they brought out the remitter. Remitter is their product. We have Express recently, we are currently talking about. We have Flutterwave. We have the multinational telecom that you mentioned, and you call them the yellow. They are equally collecting VAT for the government. The central bank, also is a collecting agent, an enforcement and debt recovery agent. The FIRS is also there. The Paystack is there. InterSwitch is also there. eTransact, you name it. Other licensed payment service providers like mobile money and all of that.
Your commercial banks.
Yes, they are also there. So because this organization, the private organization, have dealings with the government, because they have dealings with the government, we should have the Senate Committee on Finance and Government Revenue in collaborative sitting with the relevant committee in the House of Representatives. If there's notice of any discrepancy or where they felt the government is being shortchanged, call these organizations, because there are rules, there are legal conditions that that governs the operations and the activities of collecting money on behalf of the government, to the extent that if any quote-unquote hanky-panky comes up, you'll be subjected to those rules, and your accounts can be brought to the public. And I don't think these organizations will want to get to an extent where the government has the power to bring some of their accounts to the public, and the pendulum will swing in the wrong direction where they will be indicted because their investors and their shareholders are just going to go down the drain. In the inception of this administration, few banks were fingered in some corrupt financial dealings. And as I speak with you, those banks have been taken over by the government. Their boards have been completely dissolved. A new board constituted. They were taken over by the government. Some of them have been merged with other banks. I don't think this organization will want to face that kind of story. And if the Senate and the House of Representatives, the Nigerian judiciary, has the oversight function over them, when we need to put into public glare their dealings in collecting VAT or in collecting any form of remittances to the government, and they are playing the thief behind closed doors, then one day they are going to come that it's going to come to light. And when it comes to light, then what the current fate of some of these financial institutions that are suffering are going to be meted out to them. So there are established rules already.
Okay. While you say there are established rules already, we on this side and on this particular table that is alive, we want to see Nigeria work. So for every collecting agent, know that you have a duty. First, you're a business. You have a duty not just to yourself, but to over 2 million of us to remit and not do some kickback or hold back. Just do the right thing. And for those in power, you are serving, mind you. You are not ruling, you are serving. So let's always have that in the back of our minds. Thank you very much. We'll go on a very short break. Remember, you can be part of this conversation. Just go on SOUQ Television, on all your social media channels, all of them. Follow us, like, and share. That's very important. Share. Let's keep talking. Let's not ever stop. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, SBL will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented the inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Rebranding.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Welcome back. It's still SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm here, Chooks, John Rogers. Chooks is here. Mukhtar is also here, and the fair one, Oipriye, is here. Now, let's go to our next story. Fuel supply. Nearly 2 million liters of fuel land in Nigeria, about 145,500 metric tons, equivalent to 194.35 million liters of premium motor spirit, petrol, is entering Nigeria through multiple ports between 21st November and 25th. Now, this comes shortly after the federal government postponed the planned 15% tax import duty on petrol, initially approved by our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in October. The duty was aimed at protecting local refineries and stabilizing the downstream sector. However, analysts warn the tax could lead to higher pump prices once enforced, even as current imports temporarily ease supply concerns. Okay. That was in October, and this is November. The 15% came in October. Then the cancellation of 15% was barely a week ago. And now we are seeing products landing left, right. But as we speak, the price of PMS, petrol, is still above 900. So who exactly is benefiting from all this? Definitely not Nigerians. Okay, definitely not we that are buying. Who exactly is benefiting from this?
Dangote's price from the refinery is definitely below 900 and is supposed to be below 900 at the pump. But I think consumer protection in this country, this is the time they need to rise up to their responsibility. All my years in this country, I've never seen them come through for us as a consumer in this country. So if Dangote is pumping out petrol below 900 and they expect that their partners are supposed to sell below 900 and then we are buying above 900 naira at the pump price, this is where consumer protection should come in. And at every news or headline that has to do with petrol, taxes, refinery, we see the effects within minutes at the pump price. What is consumer protection doing? They are not, we've not seen them enforce nothing. So this policy somersault or zigzag might not necessarily be benefiting anybody per se. It might just be, okay, the government is testing the pulse of the people. They are looking at the temperature and, you know, what everybody is saying, and they are being responsive to, you know, our outcry, which is okay. But consumer protection needs to rise to their responsibility. They've been sleeping for too long, for far too long. If there's an headline tonight that says there is, for example, there's a problem at Dangote refinery, this night,
yes,
we'll buy fuel for 1.5.
True.
So why is that? Why is that?
Okay. Why are we trying to look for how to answer that question of why is that? Let's look at the importers of fuel. Which means they've all done their homework, pushed the letters, pushed the belt at the corridors of power, because I know it is not Nigerians shouting or crying that made the president to knock out the 15%.
Oh, really?
Definitely not me, not you.
We had our position on this table.
Yes, our position was that let local refineries grow.
No.
15.
We had diverse positions on this table.
The position of we on this side.
You
on this side. Let local refining grow. Now, if 15% was going to make local refining grow, good and fine. But now it has been taken off. Which means somebody somewhere that are importing, a whole lot of them are importing.
Temporarily. It's coming back in 2 months.
Temporarily.
Yeah.
Okay. Temporarily.
Yes.
Let's mark down a wall and write temporarily. Then when it doesn't come back.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be here, God spare our lives.
Amen. Now, who exactly is making this profit? Because if the guy that is importing is not paying that 15% anymore, I think there is more money in his pocket. But why is it not reflected? Just like he's still talking about the Consumer Protection Council. Why is it not reflecting? Why is it not reflecting?
They are paying. But the thing is, it's way below 15%. So, you know, we know that Nigeria heavily rely on imported premium motor spirit and petrol, in spite of the presence of the Dangote refinery, in spite of it. And that is not a bad thing. Whenever I'm talking about this, I first always make reference to when Dangote refinery came in and they were operating side by side with the marketers. And Amin, we were having Amin on the program then, and he spoke about how both of them must not be allowed, any one of them among the two, be allowed to have monopolistic power. Because in the actual sense, when you look at it, they are checking each other. Just the way, okay, you think it's cheaper if you import, then you import into the system. When you import into the system, you sell at a price that you are convinced that you are going to make your profit, and also check sort of the monopolistic power that the domestic refineries also enjoy. For the domestic, if you feel it is cheaper to refine here whilst you're getting the crude through the instrument of Naira for crude and all other instruments that gives you some form of advantage, subtle advantage, then you go ahead and sell at the price for which we think, so that Nigerians can be beneficiaries. And we saw the tango. Dangote will wake up one day, I'm like, oh, take it down. And the marketers will raise alarm and cry and cry. But you know what? We will not continue. Guess who's smiling? You Nigerians are smiling. Because they are
right now we are not smiling.
Okay. So I just laid down that. So it's checking. And we also know that there are some strong people who should have some level of competition with Dangote. And they are building. And we know they are building. So somewhere in the next, maybe in the middle of June, in the middle of 2026, maybe they could be making statements like coming in and starting operations. We hope to really see that. If June is too far, probably we'll start seeing that from March, January, February, March, or April, see them coming in. But if not, at least now that the 15% has been removed, that competition where Nigerians can be the beneficiaries has been reestablished. Because if we had maintained the status quo and allowed the 15% to be there, trust me, these guys that imported these almost 200 million liters would have paid through their noses, and they are going to, the price is going to be somewhere. Which also tells me something, that Dangote can equally still sell lower in the same price, because he is not sourcing all of his crude from Nigeria. He's also sourcing from the United States, he's sourcing from Angola, he's sourcing from other countries in the continent of Africa to get his crude. So he's also paying the tariff on that, even though not 15%, when bringing it into the country to come and refine. So in that specific case, when he calculates that cost, he's going to have to recoup his profit. So the price is going to go up. So if Dangote is selling for 800 and something at the moment, that means it can sell between 600 and 700 naira.
Okay, what about those that are imported?
So we should allow,
can they sell for 600 naira?
I'm telling you, then they will have to, then we don't have to pay any form of, we don't have to be sympathetic to them. When Dangote is working, when we have 2 or 3 other private domestic refiners in the country working, then the government can reinstall the 15% in order to protect a local refiner. And you know what? I tell you, these 200 million liters that are coming, I tell you, they are not all going to be sold in Nigeria.
Okay. While you know where they are going to be sold,
some of them, of course, are going to other African countries.
Let's look at we've seen Ogun, to be precise. There's a refinery coming up there. Thanks to, I think, Ken Namani and his group. So we are looking at 4 or 5 years, 6, 8 years down the line, we should have a working refinery in Ogun State. Akwa Ibom, Boa is coming up.
Edo State,
that should be a smaller one. Then also in Abia State, a smaller one. Do we envisage ability to knock out importation in the next 4 or 5 years?
I feel like 4 or 5 years is a long time, because we need to look at this fuel importation thing critically. The major pressure on our FX is fuel importation. So what does this mean for a common man? It means if we eradicate fuel importation totally, Naira will go from 1.4 that it is this morning to about $1,000 if we are not spending the FX on something else. Because when the dollar becomes affordable, then Nigeria will now have appetite. If going by what it used to be, will develop appetite for other foreign products. Right now, some consumer goods like tomato paste and all of that, we are forced to now consume locally made ones because the foreign ones are too expensive because of the cost of FX. So if the FX becomes cheaper, we might suddenly develop appetite for those things back. But all things being equal, if we eradicate fuel importation today, dollar is going to go to 1,000. So there goes international flights. The prices is going to reduce by almost 30%, 40%, everything. Almost every other thing, the clothes that we wear, the prices is going to crash. So it's something that should have been eradicated like now. And even the fuel that we are buying, there is a dollar component to it. Majority of the capital of Dangote refinery is foreign money in dollar, which means the returns to the shareholders or the investors are in dollars. So which means there is dollar component to the pricing. So whatever price it wants us to buy, it's not just considering making profit. It's considering how much am I going to remit back to the people that invested money, millions, in billions of dollars. So there is that. So then we'll now look at how much is corporate income tax. Today is 30%, which means Dangote, as a refinery working in Nigeria, is paying 30% tax as a company.
30% on profit?
On profit, yeah, it's paying 30%. So if the government is now saying 15% tariff on fuel importation, that has, I mean, we've established that the fuel importation has a direct impact on our livelihood, on our everyday, grocery, everything, clothes, education, everything, what have you, the gadgets that we use. So if we are now encouraging the people that is mounting pressure on our FX, whereas the person that is trying to create solution, creating thousands of jobs and producing this product locally for us is paying 30% income tax, it's not fair. So it shows that we as a people, we have not gotten our priorities right. And the government position is what is going to determine if we are, in the next 5 years, like you said, if we are going to have 10 working refineries or more, or we are going to kill Dangote. Because if we continue to encourage fuel importation, they will be forced to pack up, because we've been here before. All the local industries and factories that we have in these countries, tire manufacturing, car assembly plant, were killed by importation. So if we continue to encourage importation, it's inevitable. We are going to kill that refinery, and we are going to discourage other people that might be looking at Nigeria as a viable economy to build a refinery to go to other countries.
Okay. Now we are hearing it from the table that is alive. We need to walk this particular talk and make refineries, industry to be precise, grow as Nigeria is concerned. And that falls not just on those that are leading, but we got to talk and let's work it. Now let's get to infrastructure development. Now for the first Lagos-Calabar Highway section will be opened in December. The federal government has confirmed that the first 47-kilometer stretch of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will be open to traffic between December 12th and 17th, 2025. Minister of Works David Umahi made the announcement during a site inspection on Sunday. He said the section completion reflects the commitment of both the government and contractor to fast-track work on the 750-kilometer highway project. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway will eventually connect 9 coastal states, boosting trade, tourism, and logistics. First 47 kilometers will be opened in December. That's between 2nd and 3rd week of December. Is it going to be open for just, is it looking at opening it for between any of those days or open for just 4 days? We need clarification on that.
We need clarification on that. And I feel like the federal government and the Minister for Works are beating their chests, a little too much on this project. It's like over 700-kilometer project. 47 is completed. That's less than 10%. And they've come to the news to sing their own praises more than 20 times. There is commission. There is. When you commission a project, it means that you have completed it. It means it's completed. People can use it. So how do you have a project of over 700 kilometers and then you are commissioning less than 10%? It makes no sense. It only happens in this part of the world. That being said, the project is a very good project. It has so many ripple effects on economy, tourism, trade. Yeah, we hear that. But the minister should spend more time getting the job done than just seeking to be in the headline to remind us that he has done 47 kilometers when you have over 700 to complete.
Okay. Fair one.
Okay. So first of all, when you have a project of this magnitude, waiting to the last day where you complete the whole 750 kilometers before some things can be done or give not just information to the public, but to also show some form of working might defeat the thoughts of the people for whom you are doing it. If it's going to cover 9 coastal states, you've talked about the benefits that the country is going to join in business, economy, and development. I see the government opening this. It's just for a week, from on the 12th of December to the 17th of December. It's just a week.
So just a week we can apply on the road, or just a week they can open it on any of those days permanently?
Open it for a week.
Then what happens after the week?
Of course, it might be short.
Why?
Why is it short at the moment?
Well, they are still constructing. There's still construction happening.
So why? So if it's going to be short, why are you commissioning it?
So there is. I don't think there's anything wrong with commission. It's a way of giving feedback, of progress report on that specific project, and I don't think anything is wrong with that.
Okay, especially when you spend so much on the commissioning ceremony, it makes no sense. When
we've not been given any detail of how much we're spending during the ceremony.
No. They don't need to give it to us.
Cut a tape for that 47 kilometers that will be open.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have an idea of what it costs for the logistics of the president and almost all the ministers in the cabinet to come to Lagos State? The Eco Hotel bill alone is hundreds of millions.
But the government is not going to
We are not talking about private jets.
The government is not going to take care of that. They are sponsoring, they are paying it for themselves.
No.
The federal government is not going to pay that.
In Nigeria, the federal government pays for everything.
The government is going to pay for the ministers to attend. The government is going to pay for the state governors to come and attend.
Let me tell you something
ceremony. I don't think so.
I said federal cabinet. The ministers, about 20 of them were there with their entourage. They are all going to be in hotels for all those periods. They are all going to fly. Most of them are flying private jets. Some of them will fly commercial. Then their cars, their official car in Lagos, in Abuja, is going to be driven empty by their driver. You know how many fuel that is? You know what maintenance cost is? You are talking about almost 100 cars, because one minister is going to be the truck, the SUV that is going to be in, and maybe 2 trucks, police trucks, driving all the way from from Abuja to Lagos, just to commission a project that me and you cannot apply on. So why can't you just send a press statement to say we've completed 47 kilometers and keep it going? Why do you need to spend so much money to do that? And then he has brought press men to that site more than 10, 15 times.
Giving progress reports.
On the same 47 kilometers. We've been hearing these 47 kilometers for over a year. It's over 700 kilometers. This 47 does not even constitute up to 10%. That's what I'm saying.
47 kilometers is the first phase. Is the completion
it's
of
not
the
up
first
to 10%.
Yes, it does not matter.
We appreciate it. I feel like they are beating their chest too much, because this is barely, if you are doing, if you have a tax of 10%, of 100%, and you have not completed 10%, and you are doing so much O&B, I think there's something wrong with it.
Quick question. What's it called? 10 over 100, is it a pass mark?
Of course it's not.
It's not a pass mark.
But that's not the final score.
Okay, it's not the final score.
It's not the final score, as long as this project is concerned.
When one is sick and you're healing, healing is a process. You can start walking. You shouldn't just be bedridden until your entire body is whole before you can start walking. If 47 kilometers is complete, open it up to motorists. Because
that's exactly what they are doing in the second week.
Open it up completely. People can apply on that road while you see construction on that side.
Do you know how long it's going to take to finish the 750? So are you saying we should finish the 750 before it can be opened completely?
No.
Excuse me, sir.
We are saying wherever section you've completed, people can use it. And
can people use the first 47 kilometers?
We can't use it right now, and they spend so much money to commission it. So what's the point if we can't use it?
I think it is just common logic. If they cannot be used, then I don't think the government will want to consider the option of not commissioning it and opening it. No, I think it can be used.
Okay. Excuse me, sir, let's rewind. This commissioning, the first official commissioning, was done when the president was marking his 2 years in office. Am I correct? So why do you spend so much money? Because between that time and right now, it's almost 6 months. So you spend that so much money to bring everybody to Lagos, and I cannot use that road.
It was commissioned then.
And then after that,
are you talking about the commissioning when it was laid?
No, that was.
What exactly did we commission then?
We commissioned that they completed 47 kilometers, and there was controversy where a certain TV network said the commissioning was now up to 47 kilometers. Then the minister went back on site with Reno Omokri with some news stations with drone pilots to show that there is 47 kilometer completed. And it was when we now realized that the 47 kilometer was not a stretch. It's 2020. So there is space in 20-something, 20-something. So it's not a stretch. So it means when you get on that road, you cannot drive 47 straight. You drive 20-something, the road breaks, then another 20-something complete. So why do we spend that so much money on jamboree when, commissioning means is fit for the use of people and the benefit of mankind. That's what they say when they commission. But when you commission and then people cannot use it, and you spend that so much money. I'm telling you, during this commission, almost all the biggest hotels on the island were fully booked by dignitaries. And I can tell you that 80% of that expense is coming from the federal government. It's pure waste.
No. Sometimes I think we need to put some things into proper perspective. Now, because the commissioning is going to take place, doesn't mean the government is going to directly fund these ministers that will be attending. Now, sometimes some of these ministers, just a moment now, you allowed 1 minute to speak.
I agree. But now, let's just like you said, let's put this in perspective. For a minister to leave his office is government funding. For a staff to leave his office is government funding. The only people that pay off their pocket is private institutions, and the private institution will be those who pay. Does the
minister have the liberty not to appear there because he feels his ministry will be spending on something completely irrelevant if he goes to visit there? Or are you saying that for the sake of that commissioning, the federal government released funds to that effect? Is that what we're saying?
No. They spend money from their ministry.
If the ministers are taking it from their ministry, then let's talk about the minister and the ministry in the way it spends government money. Does he need to be there?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
So if the minister doesn't need to be there, then we must put it in proper perspective that look, the ministry, this ministry cannot spend this money just to be there.
Let's leave documentation on what you think should be your document and face reality. Now let's talk about this road as it concerns you. For those of us that live on that axis, for you that living on that axis, we want that road open. Right. If it's been constructed 47 kilometers, if you say 47 kilometers, that's almost to Ekpe, but I don't think it's up to Ekpe yet. So for those that are saying 47 kilometers, so we can't just get to a cool hotel roundabout and fly to get to Ibrahim Adesoya and come back and go home. That will decongest the normal Lekki-Ekpe road that's currently under construction. Currently, as I speak,
it's postponed now. The construction is postponed now.
So they said, but as of this morning,
there's construction
going on. I came to the office. I had to look for water and towel to clean my clothes
with dust.
From dust. They are constructing as we speak. So we will need that road open to decongest that side. And dear Minister, thank you very much for the 47 kilometers. But there is still a whole lot of work to be done. So focus on that. That would do and go a long way. Let's get to
enough headline on 47 kilometers.
Let's get to, I think our time is almost going, but let's get to this particular one. We'll just do more public service announcement. Now, Nigerians are spending 1.39 billion on foreign education in first half of 2025. Nigerians spent 1.3 billion, that's about 2.16 trillion naira on foreign education in the first half of 2025, according to the new data, highlighting a sharp rise in overseas tuition spending. The figure marks a 20% increase in dollar terms compared to same period in 2024. When measured in the naira, the growth is even steeper, up by 38%, driven by an average exchange rate of 1,553.6 naira per dollar. Analysts say the surge reflects persistent concern over the quality and stability of Nigeria's education system. Okay, now we will just talk about this just a little because our time is fast spent. More and more people are looking forward towards educating their world outside this country. And the cost at which it's coming is not getting cheaper. The stress is not getting cheaper. We see people having to do do away with luxury. They push some sell properties, some sell land, communities come together and they get this done. How can we start improving our own education sector here? Looking at the fact that schools are closing, which is sadly, to our shame, to be precise, schools majorly up north are shutting down. So how can we just compare and see this through?
Okay, personally, I don't think this news is about education if we really look at it. International education right now is a pathway for relocating abroad, if we want to call a spade a spade. And while there's still room for improvement in our local education here, but we talked about fintech companies in Nigeria now and how great they are all doing. And I'm happy that 80% of the founders and the engineer and the IT are Nigerian trained. Specifically, about 60% of them are from Covenant University. Some are from IFE and Unilag. So our education is good. But you see, the data that we are seeing is not showing us per se the quality of our education. Why I agree that we need to improve our education is showing us how much faith people have in the future of this country. So a lot of people, like you said, when people sell their property, sell their lands to go to school, it's not for school. It's for, I'm done with this country, I'm going for greener pasture. So we can keep those money in this country if the government can do better to, let people see a better future for them. Let people see that they can live, they can actualize their dream in this country. They can live the life of their dream in this country. They can give their family the kind of life they want. The government needs to do better. They need to show people. In America, they have the American dream, which is very easy. Everybody can see how they can own a house from, get your student loan, get a job, pay off your student loan, get a mortgage. In 30 years, you finish paying for your house and you start getting your pension. That's the American dream. And all the Americans, they believe in the American dream. So Nigeria needs to show us a pathway on how we can go from the idea of student loan is good, but let's see how sustainable it is in the next 10, 15 years. So you need to show us that, then show us how we can get a job after getting the Nigerian education, show us how we can own a house, a comfortable house, how we can own a car within our salary without stealing, and how we can retire and not be own pension or our gratuity. When Nigerians can show people that at least for 2 generations, that's 30 years, which is 60 years, if Nigeria can show that, people will stop going abroad.
Okay, while we look at people stopping going abroad, now let's address this particular case. You have just 30 seconds. 90% of the schools, federal schools in the north, secondary schools are shutting down. Insecurity. Now universities are part of it. How are we directly playing into this particular book of the terrorist? Or, because if we look at this, is exactly what they wanted in the first place. Are we telling ourselves that we can't do it?
Well, it's not that we can't do it. I think the North should be held responsible for terrorism. But you know what? The government is empowered by the Constitution to fight terror, to fight anything that is going to hinder Nigerians from making progress economy-wise and every other aspect of life. So the government should fight it to the core. And fight it when I mean fight, including those who are sponsoring it, fight those who are in it, fight it to the extent that they are enemies. If a terrorist is a terrorist, terrorism, you are a terrorist by legal means and by any other means. And the Nigerian security agencies should be empowered. They should not be gagged, as if from what we perceive currently, it looks like they've been gagged. People are moving up and down, declaring themselves, having reconciliation meeting, carrying out new activities and new dispositions that seem to be defying what the current administration in U.S. just said about Nigeria. So the government should be very, very sensitive in fighting that. However, I want to quickly say something. I don't want Nigerians I don't want Nigerians to stop going abroad, like Amin said. In fact, I think to an extent, government should sponsor Nigerians going abroad, because that is a way for us to equally invest our minds abroad. Go get the education, then come back and build whatever you've learned.
Come back, okay. I want to say thank you to everyone that has been part of this production today, from the production team, our cameramen, those and in the MCR, those editing, and those producing. Thank you very much. You've done us a beautiful, beautiful service this morning. To us on this table, I want to say thank you. Remember, we always say this: nobody is more Nigerian than you. Nobody. And to the schools that have been closed, we have to find solutions. We must definitely find solutions. Thank you very much. We'll do this again tomorrow. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Have yourself a very beautiful, beautiful day. Okay?
Yes, I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Good morning to you once again, and many thanks for watching.
Amin?
Thank you for watching. Have a beautiful day ahead and a lovely week.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic and Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had 2 options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are 2 notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's Laboratory and Product Development Unit for Pharmacy Internship Program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo Festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo Festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people, and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Ba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. Talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. Have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill So when it become act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT. what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses. Because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated, internally and of course the one for custom. They put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe recharge card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Not previously. Right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now, as they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area. not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation have been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions, and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that, yeah, we have grown.
Hello and welcome to another episode of your lost long friend. This is SOUQ Sports. This is where we talk business. This is where we go beyond the scores, the numbers, and ask some many major questions. It's not just the stadium, how much is it making? It's not just the country, how much have they gotten off those sports? It's not just the sport itself, but what contribution has it made to the GDP? Then we talk transfers. You know how it is here. We'll tell you those particular media rights that are busy crushing it. Ripple effect. At the end of the day, we'll bring it down to Africa. How are we playing? Okay, let me not bore you. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and this is SOUQ Sports. Today, I have two gentlemen here that will be discussing about a particular sport that is coming up and catching fire. Those particular kind of issues where we say, okay, we are not just going to take it for what is happening from the West. It is starting here, homegrown sports, and we will talk about it on SOUQ Sports today. Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome. From my right, I have the founder of the sport we'll be talking about. His name is Dr. Ngiajum Nabil. You're welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Thank you so much.
I got the name right?
You got it right.
Yes.
Directly like one of the fathers from my village.
Dr. Ngiajum Nabil. He is international president of Golden Age Soccer. That's what we'll be talking about for the next 20-25 minutes. It's not just sports. I'm sure a lot of you must have seen, but now I'm bringing them live to you. Also on my right, he's not here alone. I have Dr. Ghana Lawrence. He's the international vice president and head of operations of Golden Age Soccer. You're welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Thank you very much. Humble and handsome host. It is an honor to be here with you and with the public of Nigeria.
Okay. For those that are wondering, they are our brothers, lifeline brothers. Africans, as long as you have a black skin, we are our brothers. But they are from the other side of our mother's house. Cameroon, to be precise. You're welcome. So now we are going to talk Golden Age Soccer. Now break it down for us. What is Golden Age Soccer?
Indeed, you quickly accept with me that all over the world, humanity worships football as though it was a religion. And if we can take it in this perspective, to what extent can this religion, which man worship, bring about a transformation in his social character to make him better social responsive so that we can better cohabit in our social spaces and to achieve what Nelson Mandela called the spirit of Ubuntu? How can we use this to show practical humanity on field and also off field? So humanity historically, religiously, has ever hoped for a golden age of peace. A day where we will wake up where there will be no more gunshots. And a day where enemies will even become friends and the wolves and the lambs can even dwell in the same dwelling. If this must happen, it means that there must be a spot forward in human character where the spirit of reconciliation becomes so quick, where love is intense, where unity is quickly practiced practically, by sharing, by giving, by forgiveness. If we can wake up to this morning, we must have arrived. And the intention when you hear Golden Age Soccer, it simply means we are trying to use this passion for humanity to make it a solution that can help him to eventually develop those virtuous characters that he needs to usher humanity into the golden age of peace. That is why we have the name Golden Age Soccer, using soccer, which is a passion of humanity, to prune his character, because you see the new injections we are bringing in that will help prune anger, prune violence, prune conflicts, and a game of passion will become a solution to social rehabilitation, social integration, more so job creation for youths and exposure for skills, and together we can use it to usher in the golden age of peace.
This sounds like one those manifestos when someone goes to the UN Council and needs to stand and defend something. This is one of those manifestos. Now, we're looking at sports, not just sports for recreation or sports for entertainment or sports for making money, but we're now looking at ability to create character change.
Character change.
Education. Unifying people.
Wonderful.
In the field of play.
Excellent.
Okay. How is it going to happen?
All right. Now, this is a meticulous job, which I want to tell Africa. They say, when a man wakes up and then it is his morning. Africa, we are waking up and this is our morning. For the first time in human history, an international headquarters of sports will be stationed in Africa. So let's get this, and this is the more reason Africa must arise behind its own indigenously created. Because you know what it means to host an international headquarters. I heard you talking about GDP. To what extent this will stimulate economic growth in Africa. So now, how the uniqueness of this sport is what has gotten the whole world excited. A visitor from AU, when we're doing the research in South Africa, he looked at it and said the laws of this year game, the way they have been ingeniously crafted, I can tell you this is not just soccer. It is active and proactive soccer. That it has the ability to solve immediate human problems, and it is proactive in the sense that it can prevent eventual problems that may come so that they never come. And then religious people looked at it and said, the way you have taken religious laws and crafted them to become principles of a game that humanity loves, to us, this is divinity soccer. The people of South Africa who have been bombarded from the time of apartheid even to current time with the xenophobia rise and all that, they looked how it impacted their youths and took them away from social vices. South Africans gave it a name in Zulu. They called it Umuti. To them, it was medicinal soccer. So how do we correlate all this in a game of sport? Some of the laws we are going to see for the first time in history, we are going to introduce a white card.
Okay.
We are going to introduce an earth brown card, a black card, and for the first time in history, cards will not only be used for disciplining or sanctioning. When people practice human values, fair play, show sympathy, empathy, the fourth card is introduced, the golden card. For the first time in history, a card has been introduced that can reward good behavior in the field.
Good behavior in the field.
Yes, not only a card used for sanctioning foul plays. So you can see the dimensions to which we are evolving humanity with the rules. Now, if I should go a bit into the nitty-gritties, we don't call them cards, we call them tools. Because tools are used for transforming, for mending, for fixing, for repairing, for building. If you manifest anger, violence, anxiety in the field, you can be given the white card based on intensity. It is not all the crimes have the same level of sanction. Based on the intensity of the offense, you can be given the white card slightly at the face level, which takes you out of the field for 2 minutes. Slightly above the head, it means more intense, 3 minutes. Directly behind the head, it means grave offense, 4 minutes. For the first time, game counselors are introduced to interact live in the play. When they discover that you have shown violence, anxiety before you were sent out, the game counselors do what they call mechanical and psychological approaches to help you overcome the anger or the violence or what sent you out of the field. Mechanically, it is said when somebody is angry, the body secretes adrenaline. Adrenaline acts on the heart directly, causing it to palpitate, to beat fast, and since it's the blood mechanism, it pumps blood under high pressure. That is why you feel tense on the nerves, and you feel if you don't break something, you will not get down. So they use a mechanical approach. They ask you to take in a deep breath to control the heart mechanically and hold it. Breathe out, breathe in, hold it, breathe out gradually, counting from 10, 7, 5, going down to 0.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
Now, this particular sport we are looking, is it going to be a competitive sport?
All right. To enter the competitive side, let me just buttress this character side.
Okay.
So that you see how it affects the competitive spirit. Yes. So, you know, when they do this mechanically, it makes your heart to pipe down. And when your heart pipes down, it sends blood now slowly under low pressure. And you feel calm in your nerve. Psychologically, they'll tell you are not just a player. Remember, more than 10,000, 15,000 children around the world have started naming themselves after you. So you are not just a player, you are a role model. If you become violent, look at the amount of children you affect them psychologically, emotionally, because they will not want to be associated with a name that is brutality. So now, they'll say, go back into the field. You had the opportunity to become the best player. Let's see how a split of anger and violence can rob you of your good reward. See how many children can become affected. See how you are losing the game and putting your team on pressure. Because no player loves football and would love to be going out of the field all the time, you are forced when anybody provokes you to learn how to breathe and to move away. Aristotle, one of the greatest philosophers of all time, he said, man is what he repeatedly does. Therefore, success is a habit of consistent practice. Because you love the game and you want to stay in it and have a career in it, you are forced to obey that law. And when you do it repeatedly over the leagues, over the cup, it becomes a natural habit. It helps talent to become character virtuous so that it can progress. When you go back home as a talent, you are a member of a family. You have learned to control anger. It helps the family. You are a member of a community, and if anybody provokes you in the community, you have learned how to breathe. Now, this is how one simple law of a caste system can bring about a spin and help in anger and violence management. And football will become not just a passion, but a therapeutic sport now for character transformation. Look a bit. Don't call this comparing, contrasting with the red card. With red card, you can injure somebody and take a red card and you lose a game. Some people end some people's career, take a red card, lose a game or two, and they come back. With this, the brown card is introduced so that if you have the brown card, it sends you back to what we call a counseling clinic. Until the experts in the counseling clinic discover a remorse or a regret, they don't allow you to come back. So it is not a matter of losing 1 or 2 matches. Until you attain that point of transformation and you show remorse, you don't come back. A black card sends you out of the league season or out of the tournament for the whole of years. If it's a cup game, you lose the whole cup season. If it's a league season, you lose the whole league season. Many people say the black card is so brutal. But we say if you don't want to suffer the punishment, don't commit the crime. In risk management, they say there are certain factors when the human resource in a company knows that there are drastic laws like this. Those kind of laws helps them to psychologically prepare themselves to keep away from the crime. So we are not creating the black card to give it, but to make people psychologically aware that a grave punishment can exist to this magnitude. And it automatically helps them to self-manage their violent behaviors. So the black card now just helps players to become self-disciplined and send out good habits to children who are watching around the world, naming themselves after them. And when you show good habit, if you brutalize somebody, you are quick not only to say sorry or that, but you can even interject in cases that don't involve you and show good. You are rewarded with a golden card, a sign that you are practicing the virtuous characters we need in practice. So now the game is going to become, trophies need to be won. But we want people to understand that above winning prizes, it must be won in fairness. Above winning prizes, protecting humans doesn't mean you cannot be rewarded. Protecting human and before winning the trophy instead means that you are winning it in more honor. Okay. Yes. So in the leagues, there's going to be the league champions up. We'll talk how people can become league champions. Let me not monopolize the speaking. Okay. But now there's another law which is called the law of equal chances and equal opportunities. We have seen places where one muscle in other soccers are overused because they're believed to be the best talents. But sometimes when you overuse them, medically they can suffer a muscle tear and it keeps them again for another injury for 1 or 2 other years. Why did you select other players when you wanted to exhaust one player until it goes now on injury? So there is a law of equal chances and equal participation. 19 players will make a squad. 15 will appear on the match form. 9 will appear in the field at a given time. We don't have
there are nine players on the field. Yes, each side of the team.
Yes, we don't more have just what you will see the first and the second half of 45 times 2, but we have 3/3 or 3 half of 33 times 3. So it is believed that if 19 exists on the match form, if 19 exists in a squad, 15 on the match form, 9 in the field, 6 are left on the decks while 9 are playing. Before the third of 33 goes to an end, it is an obligation that you selected these players, you must also help develop them. So that when these your so-called best are ebbing out, the squad have a continuous pool of other developed talents that will be taken over. Because leadership is not complete until you have prepared the next leader, so that vacuum will not be felt if the other leader is going out. So this is how when the next match is coming, the 4 in the 19 who did not appear in the match form, you bring them in, and then the same law applies. So before the end of 2 games, everybody in the same club have had an opportunity. And it avoids that thing in a club where some players feel they are gods because they are used all the time and some are not used. It creates also internal conflicts within the same clubs. And we now eliminate that. So these are the parts where we use a game to say out things that can promote human collaboration, it makes you to understand that I will have my chance, but I must allow my brother have the chance, because if we don't do that in this new game, our club will not participate. So this is how you naturally induce people through what they love to start learning spirit of participation, giving others their chances, and then the card laws start transforming their character. Anyway, we'll talk about the other nitty-gritties.
Okay, so right now we have, for this particular game now, they are playing a ball on the pitch, 9 players on each side of the team at a particular given time. They have 6 as substitute.
Yes.
And they play over 3 quarters of the game.
Yes.
3/3. 3 quarters of the game.
Yes.
And everybody must partake.
Well,
if you are substituted, can you come back? Or when you're substituted, you can't come back?
No. When you are substituted, it simply means they want to give medically your muscle period to rest. Okay, so while the muscles that have not been rested, they will be used. So once you are substituted by those other 6, you don't come back.
You don't return in any of the quarters?
No, you don't return. You return according to the periodic shift
in the next game.
In the next games.
Oh, there is a periodic shift, which means, okay, everybody, okay. Now he's making more sense. We'll go on a very short break. And when we return, we'll be talking to the head of operation, who happens to be also the vice president, Mr. Lawrence. And we'll talk more on operations. We like money when it comes to sports. We'll get there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back now. Welcome back. It's still SOUQ Sports, and we are talking to Dr. Nabil and Dr. Lawrence. We are bringing something new to your staple this morning, and it's Golden Age Soccer. You must have listened to Dr. Nabil talk very passionately about this new game. A whole lot to be learned. Apart from the physical sport itself, there is character building, there is nation building in the long run. There is a whole lot of relationship and seeing the opponent not just as someone that needs to be beaten, but a member of the community that, hey, we all win at the end of the day. Trophies are involved. I'll be coming back to you. But hey, let's talk operations. Dr. Lawrence, yes, sir. You're welcome. Now, yes, for sports, I know this is just starting. We have FIFA, we have NBA, we have the Boxing Federation, we have all kinds of federation for different sports. So where does this fall into?
Well, just like you've rightly said, there are other disciplines and domain of sports, FIFA being one, Golders being the other, NBA being another, handball being the other. So Golders is an independent institution of its own, with its own structure well put in place, with its own laws, rules, and regulation, duly internationally recognized.
Is it registered?
It is registered. That is why we are able to have chapters in 6 other countries.
As we speak now?
As we speak. Golders is in Sierra Leone, is in Liberia, is in South Africa, where the research and development was done. And the first European country is the UK. So we have Cameroon and Nigeria.
Okay. Headquarters is in Cameroon, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, and Golders is in these six countries. Yes. When are we likely going to start seeing competitions? Not just local competition, but international competitions?
Exactly. This is what we want. Like, we have run pilot games in all of these countries. We have hosted 2 tournaments in Cameroon, far back as 2015 and 2019.
2015?
Yes.
You are not new anymore?
No, we are not new. Golders is nothing less than 24 years old.
You are old enough to get married and bear children.
That is the reason we say Golders is a married woman with 6 children. Okay. These 6 children are in the names of Nigeria, Cameroon, South Africa, Sierra Leone, and the UK.
Okay. So how has the journey been from since 2015 you had the first tournament till now? How has the journey been? What's the growth plot like?
Yeah, I must say that with what we have as core values, and because we intend giving opportunities to new companies, to new organizations, like we have said that most of these prominent brands that we know will not produce our jerseys and our merchandise. We are looking for homemade companies to grow them, to grow them along with the vision. For example, Puma, Nike, Adidas are not going to produce our kits. We are looking for one of those African companies that has the ability to produce and supply even worldwide. You know, our poles are dome in shape. So that is another contract. We are looking for companies that have this ability to sustain our projects, and we give them the merchandise. This is also to encourage them and to support them. Okay? This is the amazing thing about Golders. And you know, where there is sports, there are a lot of industries that surround it.
Definitely.
I don't want to talk about security, the health, you know, water and energy, minerals,
Logistics.
and all of that. Logistics, there's a whole lot. So we are looking for young companies that are ambitious, that are hungry to, you know, to make a name on the global market. So these are the opportunities we are bringing to them.
Okay, now let's talk one particular side that a lot of Africans, we've been shot in the foot because we didn't wake up to it early, and that has to do with TV rights. TV rights is one of the major earners for soccer, for boxing. That is like number one because it's more of pay as you go, pay as you view. How are you dealing with TV rights as you're growing?
So we are here at SOUQ TV, and there are many more other TV channels. Like I said before, we are out to, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. Golders is not going to be built in a day. So we have partners that we work with. So why not SOUQ TV becoming one of our partners to have these media rights? It is possible, and everything is possible where we are. You know, sports cannot go without media.
Definitely.
It cannot work without media. So we are actively present on the media space. We have Facebook pages, YouTube, and all the social media handles.
Okay. One more thing before we start wrapping up. We are wrapping up already. They always say catch them young. Now, since we are looking at ability to play this particular sport, are we looking at being able to groom people from we call them primary schools here. Some other people call them kindergarten, crèche. No, crèche is not playing football. Primary schools. So are we looking at being able to catch them from that particular age and get them into the sport? Or are we looking at people that are already good in football transiting and coming to golden age soccer?
I take that? Or the Vice President is taking that?
No, take that. I'm coming to it.
All right. You know, if you look at the heart of Golders and the values we intend to create, character transformation, we as you have just said, you know, the heart of the children are like a soft sponge, which when thrown in water, it quickly absorbs. So, as you have rightly said, it's our intention. When we say we are here to bring 377,550 jobs, what do we mean? You know, people need to be trained as executives. We have to have the national bureau from the national president and the other attaché officers in the president's office, his cabinet members, his secretariat, his financial offices, his security details, what. And then we go to the office now of the vice president, the first deputy, the second, third, in charge of the various departments we have been naming, Secretary General's office, facility, human resource, media directors, all that. So see how sophisticated the National Bureau is going to be. Before now, we'll go into game officiating officers where we have to train the new referees that we call knights, game counselors, game delegates, and all that, and break them down. Before we go to the technical department and we start looking at the technicalities of who are going to be observing the construction of our Golders fields and all that. So this is the employment. I want people to see it clearly. We are not doing some astronomical science by pronouncing number of employment. It can be calculated and brought down to the last one person who will be employed, to the 377,550th person who will be employed. It's very mathematical. In the space of 2 years, by our midterm, medium, we add the number and geometrically. When we look at just this calculation I've done, we need to implement at 9 levels of implementation. And then now in the male and in the female category. So you can see how it skyrockets. When we talk of the 9 levels, let's go first to look at our professional leagues. Our premier leagues, which will normally be the first so that it gives to media power and media income to quickly come in. So we are looking at stabilizing our first professional leagues from the first, second to third division and all that, and the corps. But more so, we have a level called the category or the level for tribes, intending to make the various tribes that make up the nation interplay. And when they're interplaying, we have a law called the law of integration. In the cup game, if, for example, let's say you're an Igbo man, I am a Yoruba man, let me get domestic here. Let me make you the winner. The Igbo man, no, Yoruba will not accept that they win them. Okay, you are Yoruba, Igbo. You, the Yoruba man, you knock us, the Igbo people, at the knockout level of the tournament. You know, when you knock us at this level, there's a tension that if we meet again the next cup, there will be a bullfight. So to quell this tension, what do? You who have won me, take one of my own, associate to your club the law of integration, and use as your own. Once you do that, my fan club join your fan club, because we still see ourselves as progressing with you. That tension of you challenge me, it dissolves, because if my best player you took helps you in scoring another goal that gives you victory, imagine what you have done to two tribes. But is the intention just to integrate the two of them? No. The intention is that when you integrate them, they'll start looking at themselves and say, but you know you're my brother now. Why? If we look historically, before population movements that had to start dispersing and dividing us, most of some of these tribes has originated from a common clan. That is why some cultures get similar at some point. Some languages almost get similar at some point. This is the higher thing we want humanity to realize, that we are people from one descendant, one origin. But it is succession problem. Who will be the next king? That started dividing people. When there was population intensity, and that area could not more fit all of us, we needed to spread out, to look for more agricultural ground and new pasture. That is how languages started mutating a bit to become unique, so that new chiefs can arise and know that, but originally we have descended from some common origin. That is the more intention behind the law of integration. So now with this kind of new concepts, when we start implementing from the tribes tournament, we'll go down. We want to even see a point where, as you have said, in the level of primary schools, children should start picking up these good virtues from young so that they grow with it. And then from primary to secondary schools, and then to university games and all that. So you start seeing how the 9 levels will easily come out. And then times now the male and female category, you see the job realities coming out. So this is how it's going to be played in the various levels. Primaries will become, and now we'll be decentralizing the executives, main executive in charge of primary school games, executive in charge of, in charge. So when we say we are bringing 377,000 jobs, nobody should feel that we are using what they call political gobbledygooks. No.
Okay.
We say what we mean and mean what we say.
Okay. Now you're hearing it directly from the boss's man. Let me not use the word bosses before someone else will misinterpret it. Now, it's always when you till the ground to farm that is always very difficult. And I think that is the stage where you are right now, where you are going about tilling the grounds and planting. But most people don't understand until when, boom, crops start harvesting or start sprouting out, and everybody now starts laying claim to, I was there, I wasn't there.
Yeah,
it's ours, it's not ours. Okay, right now, what is the major challenges you're facing?
Okay, like you have asked a very sensitive question there. We need partners. We are trying to build an elite force around Golders that we can take it to the world, you know. So we are going to need a lot of partnership. We're going to need media. We need even engineering companies, because there's going to be a lot of infrastructural development. Like, for example, in the case of Nigeria, we have mapped out 6 states in which our first prototype Golders stadiums will be constructed. So all of these, we are going to need a lot of partnership and to build a very solid board of directors to represent us in all of our chapter countries.
Okay, and how has the reach out, how has it been? Have you gotten good welcome?
Yeah, so far so good. You'll be shocked to know in future the people that brought us to Nigeria and how influential they have been for us to have come this far, because we had good working relationships with the Olympic Committee, with the Commonwealth, and they were so amazed by what we've crafted. You know, just like he was saying, this particular law of integration, like the current fever which is going on now. Cameroon is not going for the World Cup. Nigeria is not going for the World Cup. They were beaten by...
Don't remind us. don't remind us.
Now,
we need that integration right now.
If that law of integration could come into play now, maybe Brian Buemo from Cameroon joined Osimhen from Nigeria and play against Congo. That is a law of integration because that's... Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Sports. It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much, Dr. Nabil. I still want to pronounce that first name very well.
Ngiaju.
Yes. Yes. Well, your name is homemade.
It's home name.
Ghana Lawrence
Lawrence.
is homemade. Thank you very much. We look forward to having you next time, and we'll be talking about progress made after this particular season of ours. Thank you very much. To everybody out there, remember that this is an opportunity where we talk SOUQ sports here, we talk business. This is an opportunity, and this is a venture I think you should join and also plow. So when it comes time to harvest, we'll all happily get into that particular field and harvest. And remember, hey, if you need to study and gain some education, then Golden Age Soccer it is. And if you also need to make sure that the Fulani man doesn't fight the Igbo man tomorrow, let's get into this particular sport. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Thank you very much for hanging in there. Have yourself a beautiful day. Bye.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia. Using the batik techniques, Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the bigger one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we sell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pockets that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. Buy some that can't afford this. Just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are doing this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So, and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that makes it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not...
not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have brought this technique outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dope the market is, there are influx of and it's going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos. When you bring it out, other people will say, all sorts of places. So that is how it spread. So you'll be surprised that you're sitting down here, you will see design today, you will not see it. So there are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, we can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate and the price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon, worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support.
Good day and welcome to the Midday News here on SOUQ News Television. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Now let's begin. The federal government is considering replacing a proposed 3-kilometer bridge on the Lekki Deep Seaport Ekpe-Ijebu-Ode access road with lagoon backfilling to cut costs and accelerate delivery. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, disclosed the plan during an inspection, confirming that talks with China Harbour Engineering Company, Dangote Group, and the Lagos State government are underway to redesign the affected section. He reaffirmed that the 50-kilometer dual-carriage highway project remains on track for completion within 21 months. Umahi highlighted challenges slowing progress, including a shrine on the project corridor, gas pipeline routes serving the Dangote refinery, and community engagement issues, all of which are being addressed. He noted that the federal government has funded 30% of the project, while China Harbour is financing the remaining 70% under an engineering procurement, construction, and finance arrangement to be repaid through toll revenue. Officials expressed confidence in the contractor's capacity, citing its track record on major national infrastructure. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate withdrawal of police officers assigned to VIP protection across Nigeria, directing their redeployment to frontline duties in communities. The decision, announced after a security briefing with top military and police chiefs in Abuja, stipulates that VIPs needing protection must now seek armed escorts from the Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps. The move aims to address lopsided personnel allocation that left many rural and semi-urban areas under-policed. Highlighting concerns over dwindling police presence in remote areas, Tinubu approved the recruitment of 30,000 additional police personnel, accompanied by upgrades to training facilities. The expansion seeks to strengthen community-level policing as the country battles banditry, kidnapping, communal clashes, and other violent crimes. Officials emphasize close collaboration with state governments to ensure modernized and well-equipped academies capable of producing highly trained officers. The House of Representatives Committee on Privatization and Commercialization, is advancing legislation to curb rising energy theft in Nigeria's power sector. Chairman Hamisu Ibrahim, during a visit to the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company, IBEDC, said the bill will enforce stricter penalties, improve infrastructure protection, and strengthen debt recovery from federal and state agencies, aiming to boost liquidity and operational efficiency. IBEDC's Managing Director, Francis Agoha, highlighted challenges from unpaid government debts and widespread energy theft that have hindered network expansion and service delivery. The committee also inspected IBEDC's distribution network, underscoring coordinated efforts between lawmakers, electricity companies, and the Bureau of Public Enterprises to safeguard power assets and ensure regulatory compliance. On the foreign scene, Singapore's core inflation, which excludes housing and private transport, rose sharply to 1.2% in October from 0.4% in September, surpassing the 0.7% median forecast. The acceleration signals growing price pressures as the economy maintains strong momentum, raising concerns for policymakers balancing growth with inflation control. The Department of Statistics highlighted that rising costs in goods and services outside housing and transportation are driving the increase. Analysts suggest continued monitoring is needed, as persistent inflation could influence monetary policy decisions and affect household spending and business costs. Still on the foreign scene, Switzerland will increase the European Travel Information and Authorization System (ETIAS) fee from $8 to $23 starting January 1st, 2026. The move aligns with a coordinated Schengen-wide adjustment, including France, Italy, Spain, Greece, and Belgium, aimed at financing upgraded border security and digital screening systems. ETIAS is mandatory for visa-exempt travelers from countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Japan for short stays. The Swiss State Secretariat for Migration stated that additional revenue will support cybersecurity enhancement, integrate new data-sharing channels with Europol, and upgrade the Schengen information system to detect identity fraud and high-risk travelers more efficiently. ETIAS approvals remain valid for 3 years or until passport expiry, keeping the per-trip cost manageable. Businesses are advised to update budgets for employees traveling frequently to Switzerland or the Schengen region. On that note, many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I'm Moyosore Adibi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Please stay with us.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than our indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant. Finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having done or gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, or JO. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awosika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in business administration and management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awosika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awosika by building the Ibukun Awosika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuano, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awosika
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV. It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, SOUQ Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we take a deeper look at the stories shaping African lives and behind the headlines, beneath the noise and beyond the surface. Now, across Africa, journalists, whistleblowers, and human rights defenders face increasing levels of intimidation, arbitrary detention, digital surveillance, and a shrinking of civic spaces. Now, these threats undermine not just the free press, but democratic foundations needed for accountability and good governance. Today's episode of Just Africa confronts the problem directly. Why are African voices being silenced, and what must change to protect those who speak the truth to power? This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Starting from my left, I have Amolu Mano. So glad to have you.
Thank you very much, Olu. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation because I know it affects us on this side of the divide. Many times we always bring people to come and tell their own stories. Now we're going to have to discuss our stories as it affects us. And I do know that, especially on the continent, we're not getting as much attraction and the same blessings in disguise of our efforts that we put into making this our job. Very, very, I mean, it's a noble profession. Some people tell you, look, most of the time it's a thankless service. You just do it for the essence of it. But because of the changes that we want to see in Africa, and then how much that we need to put in, I think this kind of conversation needs to be had.
Fair enough. And to my right, I have Omevi Dolan. So glad to have you.
Thank you, Lumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you wherever you're watching from across the globe. Welcome to Just Africa. Olumide, you were talking about journalism, right? It's a beautiful topic, I must say.
It is.
Because just as Amolu said, rightly said, the rate at which journalists or the voices of journalism is being suppressed these days is alarming.
Yes.
Some persons feels that we've been compromised. Some persons believe that the news coming from the media houses or the conventional media houses are not to be trusted. So there is so much misbelief or misconception when it comes to the media space right now, the conventional media space. I do not blame them so much. I do not blame them when people lose trust, or many persons have lost trust in the media system in Nigeria, in Africa generally, because there is an iota of truth in some of the things they say. Of course, some journalists believe that before they come to you, you should prepare some brand envelopes for them. You understand? So when you do not give them some brand envelopes, they tell you your stories cannot be published. We've seen this. It is not just a make-up stories. Notwithstanding, as much as some persons, everybody in the system cannot be bad. So as much as some persons are requesting for brand envelopes before stories or certain things comes out, there are still people who genuinely want to tell the story just as it is, whose voices are threatened, whose lives are, voices are suppressed, lives are threatened, and so many things surrounding the media space. So it's going to be a robust conversation. You know?
Yeah, to add to that, I remember we went for a particular meeting. They said it's a meeting among wives of local government, and they invited all the press. And we came in to cover that, meeting. Now, when the meeting was just about to start, they chased all the journalists, all the camera people, they chased all of us out and said they wanted to have a meeting. So in my mind, I'm like, you're having a meeting and we are not there. So what is the essence of you inviting? So at the end of the meeting, they just came out and said, okay, this is what we have decided to do. So the total coverage was not achieved because we're supposed to cover both the meeting, the outcome, every other thing, so that we are there and we know that, okay, this is what, so that we can be able to report it, not from their own view, but from what we saw, what we experienced. So at the end of the meeting, they came out, they gave us food and all that. And what they just did was charity work. They presented gifts to some people. So at the end of the day, it wasn't a meeting. We just came to cover a charity work, to me, at best.
Yes, Olumide, you also agree with me that there are some events where there is a word for it, I can't remember right now, but whereby certain events has to be approved, or media coverage has to be approved before they can be covered. So maybe in such situations, they do not want the public to know the details of the maybe conversations that transpired before they came into agreement. In that kind of situation, yes, it's still understandable that maybe they do not want the public to know what went back and forth. So the outcome, the final outcome came out. Okay, this is what we agreed on. So I think for me, what the media should be concerned about at that point in time, the decision that was made wasn't in favor of the masses. Because if we say that the media is the fourth arm of the government, right? Fourth arm of the government, and I believe that they are supposed to mediate between the government and the people. You are not supposed to take sides. And the media is meant to be the voices of the people, so stand as a voice for the people. So it means that at that point in time, the decisions that this local government or wives of local governments made, was it in favor of the people? I think that's where the media should have actually come in. For me, that's how I would see it. Instead of them feeling, okay, we really don't want people to come in and cover the event. But fine. But what was the outcome?
We'll find out. Now, this conversation aims to achieve three core objectives. First, to explain the scale, nature, and consequences of media repression and civic suppression across the continent with evidence from recent cases. Second, to help viewers understand the responsibilities of government, security agencies, communities, and media organizations in preventing abuses, safeguarding the rights enshrined in constitutional frameworks. Third, to push for actionable steps and behavior change from stronger institution protection mechanisms, to policy reforms, digital safety practices, and public support for free expression. Emphasis on free expression. I remember Idi Amin said something
You are free to speak. Whatever happens, consequences afterwards, you are not free.
So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we start off. It's Just Africa. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, don't forget you can like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Drop your comment. We'd like to hear some of your own thoughts about this topic. Today's topic is silenced voices, protecting journalists and human rights defenders in Africa. Yes, now, I want to start off with a personal experience I had during the last election, the 2023 election. It was quite interesting. And while on the field, we went to cover a part in around Okota. And right there, they told us that a particular polling unit had not, people were not allowing them to cover that place. So we went there. And before we got there, we saw one person shouted, "Wafe Yawa," meaning that they want to
take a picture
record
of us.
us.
Yes, record us, yes.
And they started throwing bottles at us. So me and the cameraman, I mean, for our own safety. Exactly. So luckily there was a street with a small gate, and we ran it. Immediately I entered that gate, a bottle hit that gate, and once we entered that gate, they shut the gate and they started firing. Could you believe that they broke down that gate? And that place was a grave. It was actually a polling unit right there and then. And even the people, they were asking us, "Why are you running?" And we told them, they said, "So why are they chasing you? You are not part of the people voted. You are just here to cover
the event
and all that." They came in, and so at that point, I will not lie to you, my life was at stake at that point. At a point, I wanted to even, go live just to cover that thing. And I told the cameraman that as we were running and we were still filming them. That's some of the things you experience in the line of duty. And that's when we got back to the office. I remember how my boss, took the whole scenario. Not much empathy to it, and I felt bad that day because at the point I felt literally I thought my life was about to end at that point. And the way
you responded to
it, made me think twice about this profession. So that is what this is just a tip of the iceberg of what journalists go through in this kind of thing. And this has nothing even to do with the government, it's just the people.
So I remember 100 level journalism, first set weeks of class. And one of our lecturers said, I think that was the first time we were having a conversation with him in this lecture, and then he said, "I hope you all know that you are coming here to study journalism. If your hope is to make money out of this, know from the beginning that there's no money there." That was the first thing. So imagine the first shocker you get that this work that you are going to do, your life is at stake, but there's no money in it. So there's no compensation. And then you go all through the lectures, and then you come out and become a journalist, hoping that, okay, there's hope. Hoping there's hope. Then you come into this space, and then you realize they were lying to you from school. Insurance is not even a thing for many journalists. You're right when you give that example, because one of the things that usually scare journalists is they have to go into the field. I remember watching the likes of this foreign media, and then you see them going to war zones to report stories, and the person is literally dressed like a military person just to accompany the military people. And then you come down this way. We don't always do that. When we do that, you see there's a bit of substandard in the way we even protect ourselves when we go out to certain tough areas. You want to do your job because it is an objective for you. It is a discipline for you. It is a religion for you to let people know what is happening in a particular place. But unless you are what we use in local parlance, coconut head, you will not get your job done because most of the things that you need to even do it well are not available. Journalism is beyond just telling a story. You're supposed to also tell the story behind the story. And then we know there are different kinds of journalism. Some will even tell you there's armchair one where you just sit and then the story comes to you. But when you want to do journalism as it is, you do a lot of investigation. You have to get out of your comfort zone, go into places where ordinarily you wouldn't even go to because you are seeking the truth. But when your life is at stake, you are not safe, which is more like the common decimal here in Africa. You know that you cannot give 100%, even though you are willing to. There are so many drawbacks or setbacks that limits you. One of the things that is very, very common in Africa is how easy it is to jail a journalist. I'm speaking the truth, or I'm not speaking. I'm seeking the truth because we try to be non-biased when we report our stories. So I'm trying to uncover the truth. Why are you trying to shield the truth from the people, right? Nobody asked you to come out to become a public person. You chose to be a public person. And then when you're there, you don't want people to now know what you're doing behind the curtains. Whereas that is my job, is what I swore the oath to do. It's like the doctors will tell you, they sworn their Hippocratic oaths where they tell you, look, we will take care of everybody, irrespective of. To us journalists, it is the truth that is always what we are after. So why would somebody be, you know how even the Bible tells you the truths are what sets you free.
Yes.
So why are we always against the truth? Why is somebody trying to close that door to uncover what is? Because that's what we're going to always see. What is going on here? So why is it hard for you to say, okay, this is what it is, how it is? Because that is my job. If there's no job security in journalism, we can already predict how bad that profession is going to look in the next couple of years.
Maybe what's the thought?
Well, I agree with Omolo largely, you understand. So the truth is, we will keep seeing more of suppression in this line of career because it's not as if there are no laws that are meant to protect the journalist. But as we have always said, are those laws, have they been implemented? It's a big question. So most times journalists go out and when they try to uncover a certain truth, the laws that are actually supposed to protect them, sometimes those laws are the ones that jail them. We can go on and cite examples of journalists that have been jailed, and some of them actually died in jail because you're trying to uncover truth. I don't know if you've witnessed or heard the story of journalists who, the moment you start on trying to uncover the truth, they send you, of course, they always get your phone number, they start texting you, sending you threat messages, telling you that if you don't back out, your family. There was one, I saw a movie, though, based on life stories. Before the journalist could do anything, they've actually sent a picture of his father to him. This is your father, we are here, this is what he's doing right now. Now, a man, I don't know if you've read it in a book, that a man is made whole because of his family. So a man who doesn't have a family is not made whole. So a man who feels that his family, the life of his children, of his wife, are at stake. And someone is already warning, threatening him that if you don't back out, your family will go down. What would the person do? The person, to a very large extent, that journalist is going to back out. And what happens to that truth? It dies naturally. Another thing, like I said earlier, most of our leaders have weaponized, in Africa, they've weaponized poverty. As much as, yes, I want to uncover truth, I want to do this, you still want money in your pockets. Of course, you don't want to go home without not having money to feed your family. So they tell you, okay, what if we will give you half of the story? Or what if we give you the other side of the story and we ensure that there is something in your pocket? Go on and tell this part of the story. Now, whether you are trying to uncover the truth or not, at this point in time, see, when hunger deals with you, you know hunger is not your friend. Hunger is a respecter of no man. So when you consider the hunger, when you consider the poverty, the state of things, the journalist is tempted to compromise. the person will nearly or most likely say, okay, fine, let the money come, I'm going to change it. You see, at that point in time, you see some people that we go down. Now, let me digress a little. The police officer is not a journalist, but you will agree that some of these officers, the moment you give them money, whether you are the one that is right 100%, the story changes. In fact, with the bleeding head, they can even put you in a cell and say that you are too stubborn. That was why they broke your head. It's almost like that when it comes to journalism. So people are scared of their lives, just like you right now. You could have just said, I don't want to do this job anymore, and you are out. And the stories that you were trying, the truth you were trying to uncover, it dies there and there. And so many people have gone through this part. The law is not protecting you. As a matter of fact, they tell you that whatever we were taught in school, we all study mass communication, and they tell you that sometimes the words you say, you should be very mindful of them. A particular word could be misinterpreted or interpreted in a certain way when it gets to the court of law. As a result, use clear words that everybody will be able to understand. But we are supposed to have laws protecting journalists.
Let me jump in here with context and, like skill, because I just quickly checked something on that. I said, in the year 2025, which we're still in, it said about 18 journalists were killed globally, and with dozens of them detained worldwide, including Africa. Now, I said over 40 African journalists are currently imprisoned, with many operating in exile due to safety risks. They now mentioned some African countries like Eritrea, Egypt, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Libya, Somalia, DR Congo, Cameroon, and Nigeria have seen significant declines in press freedom. Now, they didn't say killed or this thing. They said press freedom, which is also one of the things that is like enshrined in the Constitution, has seen significant decline. The last point I now says in Nigeria, 5 journalists are currently detained. And media, this was where I was even going to. And media independence is being undermined by financial dependence on state and corporate advertisers. I remember in school then they told you, he who dictates, who pays the piper dictates the tune. Many of the media houses that we claim to work for, including, essentially one of the media houses, journalists that will work there. If you want to do a story, and it's going to affect the pipeline of the funding that is making that media stand, you had better either walk away or you kill that story. Many media houses in Africa are dependent on money from advertisers. So essentially, advertisers determine the kind of story that you put out to the public. So the freedom that the media is supposed to have, there are now so many gatekeepers that the gatekeeping now is not just external, it is now internal. You now see journalists now self-censor. Just to allude to what you were talking about, you now self-say, this thing I want to say, would it help? Would it be misinterpreted? You now be asking yourself, okay, this thing I want to say, is it the right time to say it? Is it the truth? Should I release it now? This data that I have, if I share it now, would it cause an upheaval? At the end of the day, you realize the way media is supposed to be run, as having journalists as workers in there, is now more of, okay, do what I say and I'll pay your salary at the end of the month. Whereas the ideal setting is, I'm a journalist, my eyes should be able to see news anywhere and report it as it is. That is my job. But now you're not at that point, if I report it as it is and I don't get paid, I'm going back starving.
Exactly.
Something that is supposed to be your passion, you're now seeing it more as a job to earn a pay. And what we end up having is a society where people are now afraid to speak. Imagine when I think there was a time in Nigeria we tried this whistleblower policy. And in my head, I'm like, I thought maybe many journalists would be proud now to release some of the information that they had. But you now realize the whistleblower policy, if it was that popular when they did it and then it was working, I think by now we have solutions to many of our problems.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about this thing I just mentioned now, whistleblower policy. I don't think it has come up in the conversation. But then when it first started, it was in almost every conversation. Everybody will talk about whistleblower. Well, let me see how much I'm going to get out of it. It was part of whistleblower policy that helped us to recover one Ikoyi building. When we saw that there was one person that's always, according to the story, one mad woman will always go there and then come out and they will just uncover different currencies in a building. Nobody's living inside. How much? Because then there's going to know how much they're going to give the whistleblower, who we never eventually knew. But what are the odds that they pass on this information to you as a journalist and then you can't even report it?
Yes.
The gatekeeping is so much that, for example, you as maybe a field reporter, you get an information, you have to now go through maybe a sub-editor who will now have to go to the editor-in-chief, and the editor will now go to maybe the publisher, and the publisher maybe the owner, if these are different people, just because you want a story that can change lives or improve lives, you have it in your hand.
You know, it's quite interesting how I've had a similar experience. One of my former media organization, the chairman actually called us in. There was a certain political leader who was in the news at that point, and he told us point blank that I am friends with this person.
Okay.
We go a long way. So if you see any news, please skip it. Okay. Point blank. He called all of us. Skip it. And at that particular day, the news I was going to read, I the story of that person. So I told him, sir, though this news I was going to read is an allegation, he said remove it. So sometimes it comes from within. He said, this person is my friend. In fact, he's bank rolling me.
Okay.
So
you don't want to collect salary.
No, you got it. Yeah. So that's some of the things we experience. So at a point, when I get into certain media organization, I ask, are they for the government or opposing
for the people?
Yes. I always ask because that's how bad it has gotten. Yeah. So you have to be even very careful now with media organizations and all this. And if you remember, there was this particular African country that just got a new female president.
The one that had to do almost all our
social media, internet was shut off, media coverage, no protest, nothing. Total suppression of media. I mean, it's that bad. I mean, we can even talk about China also. China broadcasts what they want you to see. What they don't want you to see,
you can't broadcast it.
People are angry with Trump and Saudi Arabia with this their new deal because of Khashoggi.
Yes.
And people thought that Trump would go after the people who were fingered to be
behind
Khashoggi's death. But now he has a deal with Saudi Arabia, $1 trillion, and people are getting angry. So it cuts across all countries, not just Africa.
I do feel like back here in Africa, the challenges are more, right? Because how often do you get to see a journalist sue maybe a government official? I'm not saying a lawyer now, I'm saying as a journalist, you sue a government official for infringing on my right to practice my job.
Right? that was where I was actually coming to, when you talk about suing the government. Now, when you look at those in the judiciary system, do you really think they have their own, they have autonomy, or they are also being controlled by the government?
They have autonomy.
They have autonomy. But is it something that they practice, or the government has influence on their decisions? Now, okay, why I said that, I cannot remember the particular story right now, but a journalist who goes to court, whether he sued the government or a state, I can't remember which exactly now, but when they got to court, the judge told the journalist that you do not have the legal stand to sue the government because your, what is it called? Your case is not holding water. Your evidences are no, you do not have enough evidences to back up your case. Now, this was someone that was openly abused. You infringed on the rights of a journalist. There is nothing wrong. Yes, we understand that for you to go to State House to cover information, there are rules, there are standards that media organization should have met. Of course, when we were in school, we saw all that, and they made us know that you must have up to certain, you would have operated for some number of years. The State House would have approved you before you can come in. You can't just go in. Yes, we understand that. Now, this person is working in a media house that was recognized, and yet it was still abused. That is one. So even the government has influence on the judiciary, whereby you as a journalist, your rights are limited when you go to court. Secondly, another effect of this suppression that people are not looking at is that the society do not trust the media, the stories coming from the media houses.
Sorry, love. Let me put it this way. If we were asked, let's do a poll.
Yeah.
Right? Are journalists, not media, are journalists generally liked? What would be the answer?
If they are liked?
Yes. Do people like journalists?
Yeah, people do actually.
Why do they now resist talking to journalists?
Okay, now, one of the reasons some persons speaking, they are ashamed of the camera. People don't want to be seen on camera speaking. Sometimes speaking when it has to be on a topic that involves the government. That goes back to where we are coming from. Fear, suppression. They don't want to be seen speaking against the government or talking about what is currently happening. For instance, you're talking about insecurity. The governor of Benue State came out and said that there was no genocide in Benue State. But we saw videos, right? So we don't even, are we to believe the governor, or we have to believe what we're saying? Now, someone like that is on the street telling you right now that I don't want to talk to journalists, I don't want them to come for my family. So everybody's staying back.
So journalists are not liked?
It is not journalists. Now, change the topic if people will not talk. Well, it all depends on the topic. The person whom the issue that you are conversing or you are asking people about determines whether people want to talk to you or they not want to talk to you. This is another December. Last December, I was at Ikeja for when Lagos State organized the fun fair, whatever. I went to cover the whole fun. At a point, when you approach them and tell them, okay, can we just talk about, they'll tell you, no. Then let me start with the person that they are standing beside. You will see the other person that are refused walk into camera. And first of all, before they will even start, they will ask you, is it about government? That was my experience last December. Is it about government? If it's a bad government, I beg, I don't want them to come for my family. I love my life, I love my job. So it's all about the topic. So if it is a general topic, people want to talk about it. Okay. But when it involves government, no, people will back out.
If we're looking at journalists in themselves, I also feel like while we can blame everybody else, we can also blame ourselves. I would give an example. I remember this was like what 10 years where we used to play football. I don't know this kid. I don't know the child, but the news filtered that where we used to stay, 2 streets away, one kid was murdered. He was stabbed. And then he died bleeding out. I now learned that the boy we all play football together. So I don't know him physically, but you know, in football, guys just come and then we all play. And then I go to visit them. As a young journalist there, I just went there like, okay, let me go here. And the first thing the mother of the deceased boy was saying was, I don't want to speak to the media. Why? The first thing she said was, all of them came. After I told this story, they all went back and wrote different things. So I don't want to speak with the media anymore. Then I used to work with one newspaper house, one of the leading ones. I don't need to give them an advert. And then I now went to the woman. How I was able to get her to speak again was first saying, Ma, I played football with this boy. I know him. I need the world to hear the story. She now looked at me and said, you know him? Mentioned his name. And I said, yes, I don't know this kid. And then she went on and told the story. So the only service I needed to do for this woman was not to bring the child back, was to tell the story as she narrated it. When I did that, I published the story, sent a copy to her. She read it in tears. She told everybody in her place, like, this is the first person who told the story of my boy as it is. Why did I give that instance? Sometimes, in our bid to self-censor or look good, we end up creating a false impression on the people who are supposed to be telling the stories. The journalist is not supposed to be a fancy writer to come and embellish the story. Say it as it is. Why did I ask that question? Are journalists liked or hated? Over time, we have shown that we can be compromised. Over time. So they don't trust us anymore. Enter a normal conversation. You would hear, oh, he's probably working for the government. Even when you're making sense. Oh, he's probably working for the government. Oh, he's been bought. Oh, his allegiance is to one thing. Because over time they've seen that maybe not necessarily you, but you have colleagues who are falling short of the standard. I remember, it's even current. There's this WhatsApp group that we belong to, and most of the time they bring issues that happen, and they'll bring it there, and we'll all talk about it. You will see quite clearly that people's biases are so showing that even in their jobs, you can now tell that this person is not doing journalism as it's supposed to be, right? Now, in that scenario, you already agree. But that's why when people look at journalists like, well, I bet these people are just hungry people, you tend to want to agree with them, even though you are one, because you see your colleagues do things that ordinarily, it's not about necessarily hunger. We know many of us are underpaid. Let's not even lie to ourselves. Many of the media houses don't even have money, right? But when you now fall short of the standard of the profession, you begin to ask yourself, how you, those of you that want to uphold it, how do you stand in the face of people who are looking at you now and saying, no. These people are, we're now being compared to teachers. Well, you're just waiting for your salary. Nobody's not looking at the job itself.
Yes.
We are looking at the rewards that you want to get out of it. You now see your typical journalist waiting to become a media aide to one politician. As against writing a story without bias. Let me be objective. I remember that one of the arguments used to be, is it possible to not have bias as a journalist?
Yeah.
I said,
it's always coming up in class.
It is possible, right? You can have your biases, but one of the things they train you as a good journalist is being able to tame it. Okay, leave it aside. Let me tell the story. Maybe when I am away from that story, I can now go. You are not writing a love note. You are writing a reality, right? We know there are different ways to writing and, of course, journalism, right? Because we have sensational ones who that is their specialty. But when it comes to especially news reporting as a journalist, there are standards and ethics that you need to meet. And when you begin to fall short of that, you begin to lose public trust. And that is why we are like this here in Africa. And somebody can, as a leader, a ruler, feel it's okay to maybe arrest you for the job that you're doing. Not anything else, just for the job that you're doing. That he feels comfortable to want to arrest you. It shouldn't be like that. But we need to actually reflect as journalists, go back to our drawing board, and then have these conversations amongst ourselves. We need to take that profession back to the fourth estate of the realm. They didn't give us that tag for nothing. It is essential that we have to be there to maintain checks and balance of the other three. It is constitutional that we are supposed to uphold a particular standard. So if we begin to see our colleagues begin to do what is not supposed to, we should call them out. Don't wait for the public to call us out. That's where you kill the profession.
So the question now is, how do media houses, federal government, state government, policymakers, how do they ensure safety, training, and also legal support?
So I think one of the first thing I would try to recommend is having more journalist-trained entrepreneurs go into media. Because now we have a lot of media houses that are owned and run operated as just businesses as against media houses.
True.
Right? So many of them don't even want to follow the yardsticks or the ethics or the standards of what the media house is. That is a very major challenge. Now we need to create, because look, to be dependent on government all the time is very annoying. Everybody say, okay, what can government do? Look, government has done the most when they give you a constitution that allows you to operate. But can we create avenues where you can access funding so that you don't have to wait for advertisers who must begin to influence your policy? That is, funding is very critical, especially in Africa. And then you need to teach journalists how to be journalists again. I know there's somebody called an accidental journalist. I can't even remember what his name was. He didn't mention, I'll probably remember. He says, we now have a profession where it is easy for anybody to jump into. Unlike a doctor or a lawyer, journalism is not like that. Somebody who can just come today because he knows how to speak English and then he has one charisma and then bam, is in front of a TV with a microphone, and just anybody, it's a profession that is for almost every time they can hire if you just meet certain kind of criteria. Whereas you're supposed to have been groomed and trained, because that's the best way you get quality out of a profession. Somebody cannot wake up today and tell you I'm a lawyer, or wake up and become a doctor and you need to do surgery. No. You have to go through the training. I remember when blogging started, I don't know, I have to probably mention her name, but Linda Ikeji, when she started, I think those were the people that pioneered. I wouldn't say she was only then, but I mean, pioneered blogging to the point where I want the argument we used to have are bloggers journalists. Are they journalists? Because she has grown her platform.
If you go to school, they'll
she
tell you
has grown her platform to the point now where many people depend on her.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
True.
And they rather the traditional media. But then again, of course, journalists now have blogs. That will transcend that. I just use that as an example. But I remember one of the dilemma that journalists have is the fact that with the avenue of creation of the internet that has made things easy, people have access to information on their phone. We now have information overload. Yeah. That the challenge that the journalists now have is, before people will wait for your truth, they have formed their own truth.
Yes.
Because everybody now creates news, right? So when there's so much information, the audience or the receivers who are supposed to wait for you, who is the authentic journalist, by the time you are trying to dot your I's and cross your T's, they've collected the information that they need, and then they formed their own opinion. So by the time yours is coming out, they tell you yours is tainted.
Yeah.
We don't have that patience anymore. The people now say, psychologists now say the attention span has now shrunk to the point that meet people where they are. Ordinarily, before you say, wait for the traditional media houses to give you the information before you carry it. These days, the traditional media have better go and meet the audience where they are. That's why you now see we have TikTok channels, we now have WhatsApp channels, rather than we just having a TV or a radio set. And these technologies that are supposed to help us make the job easy kind of like complicates it a bit, because I remember when, sorry to digress again, Lekon Alabi was here on the table, and then he was telling us how they did election coverage, and they had to send their reports via vehicle to a driver for the, and these days now it's supposed to be easier for us, but you now see your information battling in the same space with not just misinformation but disinformation. There are two different things. Somebody will deliberately misinform you with the wrong information. So you don't have so much information in your hand at the palm of your phone and everything, and then people are still getting the wrong information. People are not communicating anymore.
Yeah. Talking about training, I always like to look at it from another point. We have the Nigerian Union of Journalists.
Yeah.
Now, growing up and practicing journalism, I used to think, or I was even thought that for a media organization to really stand firm, you must be part of NUJ. They are the ones that would, and they will come and actually train your journalists. But these days, you know, also the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, there was a particular station before we started. we did intensive training at NBC quarters. We went there. We're going every day. They trained us. They showed us their code of conduct. We had to, get accustomed to that book. So these days, what is happening? So I think we need to bring back that culture.
Yeah.
The NBC, yes, they are doing a whole lot. They're trying to, regulate the airwaves, make sure that the airwaves are clean, but also they need to also, take part in training some of these journalists too, so that you are in line, so that you don't go up one day and say something. Because back then when I was working in a radio station, any little thing, the NBC director will call my boss and say, "Want that boy?"
That is not because listening to you. Yes.
So at the point I became conscious. I had to be, checking the NBC code all the time to make sure that I'm always saying the right thing. I don't go above that. Yeah. Sometimes they even call to even correct me, not fine, but just to correct me with that particular thing. This is how you're supposed to do.
Yes.
So I think the NBC need to bring back that culture. The NUJ also need to bring back that culture. Visit some of these media houses, train these staffs. Let them get accustomed, because some of these virtues, some of these standards are dying. So the new generations coming in and don't meet those kind of standards.
No. I think one of the things that have become very evident is that journalists themselves have forgotten how to dampen biases, right? To kill their own individual biases, because it now becomes very glaring in the kind of stories that we churn out, and it affects the polity and the policy. Remember, here in Nigeria, once upon a time, one of the most common conversations we used to have then was targeted at a particular ethnic group because of who the president was.
Yeah.
Yes.
And at that point, our media space was awash with those kind of stories. I'm talking about the headsmen. If you add a tag to it, that is your business, but I won't do that. Over time, it became a norm to always want to see that as a conversation in our media space. The very moment the president left and it changed hands, the story died down.
Yes.
What kept it going was because people were feeding, media people, journalists, were feeding that bias. And then, because the truth of the matter is the media will form information. They'll give you what to think about. It's part of our job. But when you want to develop as a continent, as a country, as a people, development journalism encourages you not to ignore the bad side, but at least focus more on things that would unite your people, grow your people. Africa, Nigeria, we are where we are because many of our journalists have forgotten to throw away their biases.
Yes. Okay, yes. In addition to training, just as you rightly said, when the lawyers finish from the university, they go to law school. When medical students finish, they go for housemanship. That is one thing we do not have. Maybe if NBC or NUJ can't do it, maybe it's high time we had a school where journalists go to, not just after your 4 years in the university, then you go into broadcasting. Maybe there should be a school where you will be certified as a trained journalist, whether in print, whether in broadcast, whatever it is. By the time we do this, I feel that, yes, we'll have more seasoned journalists than we have now. Then secondly, instead of relying on traditional TV, you're waiting for people to close from work and to come and sit down, step up. You have to up your games. I love the fact that, yes, some media houses, just like SOUQ News TV, we are on social media right now. So as the news is coming, we shouldn't give room to not just bloggers now. If anybody can just pick up their phone, like we have been saying, and give any kind of information. But yes, the moment a media house, a traditional media house, a traditional radio stations, once they start doing or formulate the habit of saying, okay, let's give those people back to back as it is dropping. As it is coming, you give it to them on social media, you push information into their face. I think to a very large extent, they will start trusting the traditional media houses now, because right now they don't have to wait till they get home to wait for breaking news. Okay. You understand? So they can get that done, and by so doing, yes, I think quality information will be added. Then I think, I don't know, there is a name for social media, just as we have the NBC controlling the broadcasting, there is another name for those for social media. I think they need to really regulate what is coming out from social media. There should be a control, because with the way it is going now, in Nigeria, in Africa, we are losing control of the social media and wrong information, fake stories, and they are all coming out every day. And with the advent of AI, anybody can create anything right now and dish it out to you, and it will come out so clean that you will almost believe that this is true if you are not used to those used to the AI app. So I think there is a whole lot to really do. There's a need for overhaul.
I wanted to speak on something. When you said being able to break news, there's a thin line now between breaking news and breaking false news. And you really have to be very careful. I'll give you an example. There was a day I was reading news on a radio station I was working with, and the producer came to tell me that, oh, this person passed away, that I should report it as a breaking news. And I said, I cannot do that, simply because there's no confirmation. She showed me a particular media house that has picked it. I look at this particular media house has picked it. I said, no, let's wait for proper conversation. That was the demise of former Oyo State Governor Alawo.
Okay, so that's
sorry, Ajimobi.
Okay.
Ajimobi. Because there were speculations about whether he
yes, I remember. Yes.
He died or not. So at that point, I had to make that call. Even when the general manager, I told him that this is something that we really have to confirm. If the government comes out to say this person has passed on, no problem.
Yes.
We can report it. But a couple of media houses reporting it, we need to verify the fact. So I did not take that. So, media houses, they are always quick because of social media now. People who just want to break anything. So you have to even be careful. Even when the federal government, even when Nigeria came out to say, the ban on Nigeria visas in Dubai had been, lifted, they came out to say, no, this is not true. But a lot of media houses brought that true. It wasn't our fault. It was what this person said. Was his name?
Who quoted the government official.
Exactly. We just quoted. So we have to also be very So that's where verifiable. I know that there are some, nowadays there are some tools where you can actually verify certain stories. You just go online and, verify before, you put it out. I'm going to have any final thoughts.
Again, I feel like journalists, we can do more. We should do more in terms of protecting ourselves. I do know many of us see the field where we practice our profession as very, very dangerous. At some point, many of us even have to resort to guerrilla journalism, just use undercover, use VPN to hide your identity, location, and then push out some of these stories. These are tools that you can employ, especially if you want to focus on the truth. But what I feel we can do more is let our allegiance be to the truth and to the people. Let our objectives be driven to always ensure that the right information get to the right people, because that is the way and that is how we can get our communities to be better, because when you have the right information with you, you can get a better society.
All right, this is where we will round off this segment of Just Africa. We hope you enjoyed it. But the conversation doesn't stop here. Drop your comments. Let's hear your comments. Let's share your thoughts. We'll be right back after this break. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we'll travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools, cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. 2 split materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000 to 7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift bus companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komalafe. I'll see you again.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye.
I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate. The latest being
Hello and welcome back to Just Africa, the show where we unpack all the bold ideas, challenges, and breakthroughs shaping our continent's future. Now, Africa's ambition to build a unified market under the Africa Free Continental Trade Area depends fundamentally on whether countries can guarantee fair competition and stronger consumer protection across borders. While the continent is taking bold steps towards regional integration, the reality that many markets still face anti-competitive practices, regulatory fragmentation, dominance by monopolies, and weaker consumer redress systems and limited enforcement capacity. These gaps pose real risk. Higher prices for households, stifled innovation, slower SME growth, and reduced trust in market. Now, this segment of Just Africa aims to understand why effective competition frameworks are not just a legal requirement, they are essential economic infrastructure. Now, the topic for this discussion is strengthening Africa's competition and consumer protection frameworks in Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the AfCTFA. Now, our guest is Leonard Ugbaja, competition law, trade policy, and consumer protection specialist, Council Chamber, ECOWAS Regional Competition Authority. So glad to welcome you to Just Africa, Leonard Ugbaja.
Thank you. And I must apologize for keeping you waiting. Thank you. It's really my pleasure to be here with you and to talk about this important subject.
All right, thank you very much for joining us right now. So let me start. Why are fair competition and consumer protection central, to the success of the AfCTFA?
First, maybe we'll talk what competition. We'll talk about what competition law is supposed to do. So competition law basically regulates business conduct to make sure that there are no cartels or monopolies that disrupt the free flow of businesses, what you call the free flow of market competition. Ideally, businesses should compete on price, should compete on quality, should compete on innovation to get the customer's attention and to get the customer's money. Just like a normal competition, maybe a football game, maybe an athletic event where there are rules, and there are those who also try to game the game, by playing against the rules. So, for example, businesses can come together and agree to fixed price. Instead of competing on price, they can come together and decide to share the market, divide the markets among themselves and say, oh, you cover Lagos Island, I will cover mainland. You don't come to my territory, I don't come to your territory, and we don't compete. Or they can also come together and decide to boycott a particular supplier, or customer because they want to enforce their price fixing, or they want to enforce some favorable terms to them. They could say, okay, we're no longer going to sell to B, we're no longer going to buy from B. So these are different ways that businesses can come together to game competition. And there are also businesses that get very powerful so that they can literally decide what happens to the market. They can decide who buys at what amount, what the profit margin is. They can decide whether they will sell or deal with particular businesses, especially when they think that other businesses will be a threat to them. They can also decide to acquire businesses that are potential competitions that will disrupt their market share and all that. So the idea is that let there be competition, the consumers will benefit because there's competition. The consumers benefit because businesses are trying to lower price, trying to innovate, trying to create more value generally for the consumer, rather than businesses devising means of extracting more money from the consumer without adding much value to the consumer. So that on the basics, that's what competition law is all about. So it's about protecting the consumer interest in trade. Now, if you take this to the regional trading arrangement, so it's usual when you talk about competition law within a national context, you're trying to make sure that national markets function optimally, function efficiently for the interest of the consumers and the economy as a whole. But when you take it to the regional arrangement, like we're having under the AfCFTA, what you're seeing is that now trade agreements, by their nature, eliminate government-imposed restrictions on trade. And there are two of those, the two most common restrictions that governments impose on trade is tariff and non-tariff barriers. Now, what are tariffs? Tariffs are basically the customs duties. So Nigeria could decide to charge a customs duties of 35% plus 35% levy on imported vehicles, or charge 10% on textiles, or charge whatever amount. Those are custom duties. Now, the concept of free trade and progressive liberalization of trade says that, governments negotiate to reduce tariff among themselves, especially in a regional integration setting. So you want to lower the tariffs, and in some cases, eliminate the tariffs where you think the tariffs don't make any sense, economic sense. Now, this is government-imposed restriction. Now, imagine a scenario where under the AfCFTA or the ECOWAS regional trade arrangement, where the governments in the of the different countries have come together to negotiate, and they've decided to reduce the tariff. But the businessman from Nigeria then tries to take his products to, say, Benin Republic to sell, and he gets there and he realizes that there's a cartel that controls that market, and that unless he sells to them, he cannot sell directly to the local market. Or unless he sells at the price they have fixed, he cannot sell directly to the market. Or possibly, if they have control of the warehousing arrangement through which those goods are distributed, they could decide that they would not grant him access to their warehouse, even if he's willing to pay them, and they will make sure that he does not buy land, maybe in the area where they operate, to be able to build his own warehouse. So what are you saying? You're seeing private business conduct disrupting trade after government, through trade negotiation, has eliminated the government-imposed barrier. So the logic is that when we do free trade agreements, governments eliminate trade barriers, tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers like regulation. You harmonize regulations, you streamline regulations, customs procedures, rules of origins. These are non-tariff barriers that you can eliminate or manage from the government side. But what if when we've done all this, then we realize that the private conduct of businesses or group or association of businesses in that market then makes it difficult for real trade to take place.
All right,
so that's where
very
competition law comes into trade agreements.
Yeah, it really sounds beautiful. But as beautiful as it may sound right now, I believe there are some challenges that we're likely to face as we enter into this era. Can you let us know some of these challenges, especially as it affects small businesses, small, medium businesses?
I think from what I've said earlier, the challenges are just obvious. So let's take the example of probably say someone who produces plastics in Lagos. If you produce plastic in Lagos, you should be able to trade your products across the West African region under the ECOWAS, trade liberalization scheme. Now, so what if when you get to say Togo or Ghana to sell your plastics, and then you realize that the market association, for example, there will not allow you to sell. Now that's on a very low level, but at a higher level, we realize that there is a big manufacturer of plastics in Ghana whom haven't seen that you're coming with your own plastic products that are competitive price-wise, then can do one or two things. He will either deny you access to the distribution network if you need distributors to sell. So he'll go to all the distributors and say, make sure you do not distribute for this person, otherwise I'll stop supplying you, or some kind of penalty, Or he could use another tactics, basically reduce the prices of his own product to the extent where it neither makes commercial sense for you or makes commercial sense for him. But his target is, if I keep these prices artificially low for the next 6 months, I'll push this new person coming from Lagos out of this market, and then I can raise my prices high and recover the loss. That is predatory pricing, classic, So it happens among businesses within the same territory, but it also happens when businesses want to take advantage of trade agreements to do businesses across the border. The conduct of existing businesses can become a higher barrier than government policy or tariff. That is the logic of it.
All right, thank you very much. So, what, in your own experience, what remedy do you suggest for all this anti-competitive, practice? How can we overcome it? How can African countries, what can they do?
Well, it's about creating the legal frameworks. That's important. Africa is new. Africa as a whole is relatively new to the global discussion on competition law. Some of the most advanced competition law regimes in Africa were less than 30 years old. South Africa, for example. Nigeria just got our own competition regime in 2019, and even now, implementation is still, not as aggressive, so to say. Some other countries within the region don't yet have national frameworks. Ghana doesn't. Sierra Leone doesn't. In fact, I'm in Sierra Leone right now. That's one of the things we're working on. Sierra Leone doesn't, and a few other countries don't. Now, we have at the ECOWAS level covering the region. So we need the national governments to develop their own national regime. But beyond that, there's a whole lot of need for sensitization. Businesses would have to understand what the rules are, what you can do and what you cannot do in their businesses. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of sensitization, but not stopping at sensitization. There has to be enforcement. Take some test cases and force to open up the market. If you don't open up the market, then trade would not happen. So set up the legal framework, build a lot of awareness around it, and then enforce the laws to make sure that businesses don't take advantage of their market position to exclude competition from other businesses.
How do we ensure that these laws are respected, not just in another country, but even at the border point? Because you're talking about ensuring that people respect the rules and all that. How do we ensure? Because we are Africans, so people don't cut corners. Looking at the rate at which fake products are produced, how things are being moved from one country to another. How do we ensure that countries, borders respect these rules, these laws you're talking about?
An important question, because even the whole trade agreement thing, whether we're looking at ECOWAS or the AFCFTA, we still have that problem of compliance, because most times countries come sign up to these agreements, they go home, and the officials who are supposed to implement them behave as if no agreement has been signed. So again, it comes back to that question of sensitization. But beyond sensitization, there has to be consequences, and that's where enforcement comes in. So I'll give you a typical example how it works in the textbook, even though this is not how it may be working in real life right now. So if we sign these agreements and one country does not, or the officials of one country at the border do not comply with these rules, then the other member states who are party to this have the right to take legal action against that country that is not complying. And that's why we have the ECOWAS Court of Justice. And that's why we have the ECOWAS Regional Competition Authority, where I'm a council member. We are supposed to receive complaints about non-compliance. We take out investigation and we issue penalties. Now, even when you issue penalties or enforcement directions, the question will also arise as to the mechanism of enforcing those directives at the national level. And we are working on all that, and it's an ongoing thing. But at the end of the day, what I need to say, and like I've said in some of my write-ups in the past, is that, for Africa to make considerable progress in regional integration, we have to follow a rules-based approach, which means we should be willing to subject ourselves to the rule and also be willing to call out countries who don't subject themselves to the rule, not just calling them out on the pages of newspaper or diplomatic meetings, but testing their non-compliance in the ECOWAS Court of Justice. That is how the European Union built their regional market, because the courts played an active role in making sure that member states complied with their commitments. And that's the way forward for Africa.
All right, now, so that's the angle I want to come in right now. Enforcement. How do we even enforce this? Because for us to enforce it, it means both countries have to, abide by these laws. And in a situation whereby they don't abide, yes, okay, we take it to ECOWAS court. How do we now make it enforceable? That both countries, from the buyer and the market, they both comply.
Well, so again, I've said the rules are there. The rules have not been tested so much. The rules within ECOWAS have been tested more in terms of human rights. So there's been a lot of decisions of the ECOWAS Court of Justice on human rights issues against countries. Some of the countries have complied with many of those decisions. Some countries have not complied with the decisions. And that's where you are looking at what the sanction mechanisms are. By the rules, if a country refuses to comply with the orders of the court or with its obligation, that country can be subjected to curtailment of privileges within the ECOWAS setting. So, for example, maybe the country may not be allowed to hold the presidency of the commission when it gets to its own turn to take the presidency, the commission. It just curtail the privileges that the country can enjoy from being membership in the membership of ECOWAS. You can also go as far as denying businesses from that country the access to the market of other member states. Now, but where we are right now at our integration in Africa as a whole is that even when there are violations, we hardly go all the way out to the point of sanction, and that's where we need to do a lot of work. Instead of glossing over violations, we need to go all the way out to apply the rules and apply the rules strictly.
All right. Also, if you look at other regional blocs, like the EU and COMESA, what can we copy? What lessons or policies can we copy? Can African, countries copy from, this successful regional blocs?
Okay, so let me start from COMESA, which is in Africa. So in terms of competition law, the COMESA competition regime is the most advanced in Africa. They've been able to make quite some, far-reaching decisions, and those decisions have had far-reaching effects in the market. Now, compliance, when you're dealing with sovereign states in the international system, compliance is mostly a question of what you call moral suasion. You have to persuade countries to comply. That's the baseline. But if you then move away and go to a region like the European Union, compliance is not basically an issue of persuasion. Compliance is a legal issue. So that when the European Commission or the Court of Justice of the European Union makes a decision, a member state is bound to comply with it. So compliance is first of all a culture. It's just like saying obedience to the law. Some people obey the law because that's the right thing to do. There's some people you need to apply coercion or some sanctions for them to obey the law. So you have a region like the EU that has quite advanced in terms of countries obeying the law because they know it's in their best interest to be a part of the union and to continue to reap the benefits. So then I come back to that question again. What can we learn? What we should learn is that we have to apply the sanctions and apply them strictly. How and when we will get there, I don't know. But that's critical to advancing our regional integration in Africa.
The consumers themselves have a role to play. Do they have roles to play as regarding their rights?
Definitely. So we expect the consumers to bring the complaint. So consumer rights violations, competition law violations. So consumer rights are not exactly, consumer protection is not exactly the same thing as competition law, although competition law aims to protect the consumer. So whether the rights of a consumer is violated in trade, whether cross-border trade or within border trade, it's expected that the consumer makes the complaint. In Nigeria, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has the portal, the online portal where you can make the complaint, or you can send it as a letter, or you can walk into their offices across the country, make your complaint. If it has cross-border connotation or connection or dimension, you report to the ECOWAS Regional Competition Authority using the available tools on the website to make your report. So yeah, the consumers need to be vigilant. They need to know their rights. And again, that goes back to the sensitization that I talked about. But they need to be vigilant and report, especially the enlightened consumers. The problem is that most times, even the enlightened people say, oh, let's leave it to God. Say nothing will happen even if we report. But now, if that's your approach, how then would you improve the system for the people who don't have the voice or who don't have the capacity to speak out for themselves? So it behoves on us who are enlightened and who have access to these internet tools to seek to advance consumer rights, because in doing so, we are advancing the consumer rights of those who are voiceless.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Leonard Gbaja. I wish we had more time. This is a very robust topic.
I wish so. I'm really sorry I didn't join you on time as I was supposed to.
We'll definitely bring you some other time. Thank you for your thoughts and thank you for joining us on Just Africa.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's quite an interesting topic that we just discussed with Leonard Gbaja. It's a whole lot here on Just Africa. And this is where we will round up today's episode of Just Africa. Special thanks to Samuel Ogbaja for today's conversation. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And I am Umevi Idolo. Thank you for joining.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
Well, you already know, my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos. And I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960 when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them, we still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. You know, we help out. Because, I mean, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, you know, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do. But I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. that was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, being at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. You know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. okay, interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it. A lot of the time you could never get across. Okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram, people are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay, but at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you give me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far out. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you have the power bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor, go and do this, go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. He too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out anytime they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I walk. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching live from our studios in Lagos. My name is Grace Komalafe. First, let's bring you some of our top stories for today. Auditor General of the Federation's 2022 Financial Audit Report alleges an NPC of financial breaches totaling 61.1 billion naira. Southwest Nigeria dominated Nigeria's telecom market in 2024, leading in both voice calls and internet subscriptions. Tanzania commenced construction of Bagamoyo Port in December 2025, marking a major step in its infrastructure development plan. U.S. Treasury Department says the recent 43-day government shutdown cost a permanent $11 billion blow to the economy. Nigeria unveils 12-man squad for the first window of 2027 FIBA Basketball World Cup Africa qualifiers. Thank you for joining us in the World News this afternoon. Now we'll bring you the news in details. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has been implicated in financial breaches totaling approximately 61.1 billion naira, according to the 2022 audit report by the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation. The report covering the 2021 financial year highlights 28 red flags, including undocumented spending and questionable foreign currency transactions, $51.6 million, 14.3 million pounds, and 5.17 million euros. These findings point to serious lapses in financial discipline within NNPC and its subsidiaries. Transmitted to National Assembly, the report accuses the company of unauthorized vermint, irregular procurement, tax infrastructure, abandoned projects, and weak internal controls. The audit has reignited concerns over governance and transparency in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, especially given NNPC's central role in national revenue. Calls for reforms and accountability mechanisms are likely to intensify as lawmakers deliberate the findings. The federal government, through the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has mandated that only firms licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, can collect electricity payments on behalf of distribution companies. This directive is part of new guidelines released by NERC on November 1, 2025, which impose strict commission limits and require all electricity bill collection agents to be re-registered by December 31 of its sanctions. The move aims to curb long-standing revenue leakages and irregularities in Nigeria's power sector. NERC Vice Chairman Dr. Musiliu Oseni, who signed the new rules, said the reforms are intended to enforce transparency and strengthen Nigeria's cashless electricity payment framework. The guidelines also streamline the use of USSD codes, mobile apps, POS terminals, and other digital platforms as formal channels for bill payments. All agents must now meet CBN standards to remain in operation. And away from that, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has announced that the 2025 oil bid licensing round will commence on December 1, 2025. Commission Chief Executive Benga Komalafe made the disclosure in a statement by the NUPRC head of media, Eniola Akinkuotu, promising transparency throughout the process. The bid portal will go live on the NUPRC website the same day. Komalafe explained that the process will feature two key stages, a technical phase followed by the commercial phase for qualified bidders. The announcement was made during a meeting with executives from Italian energy firm Ludoil Energy at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja on Thursday. The licensing round is expected to attract local and foreign investment, bolster government revenues, and expand Nigeria's upstream exploration capacity in line with the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA framework. And still in the news, Nigeria must invest an estimated 60 trillion naira to effectively close its housing deficit through large-scale mass housing development, according to Idris Ali Sani, Director of the Federal Department of Cooperatives. Speaking during a housing summit in Abuja, Sani emphasized the importance of deploying local raw materials in the construction process, citing affordability, sustainability, and the urgent demand for accessible homes in major cities. He stated that local alternatives would reduce construction costs and help meet rising housing needs in urban areas like Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Kano. He called on private developers, government institutions, and housing finance bodies to commit to long-term investment in the sector. According to him, addressing Nigeria's growing housing gap requires more than just funding. It demands innovation, interagency cooperation, and policy consistency. The call comes as rising inflation and urbanization further strain Nigeria's already limited affordable housing stock. And away from that, the European Union has unveiled the Africa-Europe Partnerships for Culture, AEPC, Nigeria Cluster, a new initiative to strengthen creative links between Nigerian artists and counterparts across Africa and Europe. Founded with 30 million euro and managed by the Goethe Institute, the program will support international collaborations, co-creation, and cultural exchanges. It seeks to open global opportunities for Nigerian creatives while expanding the continent's influence in the art and culture space. At the Lagos launch, EU Ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Gautier Mignot, said culture is essential for sustainable development and social inclusion. The AEPC project, he noted, reflects Europe's long-term commitment to empowering African creatives through funding, visibility, and access to wider markets. As Nigeria's cultural economy grows, the EU seeks strategic partnerships like AEPC as vital to harnessing its full potential on the global stage. And still in the news, the federal government is considering filling a stagnant lagoon to avoid constructing a 3-kilometer bridge as part of the ongoing Lekki Deep Seaport, Ekpe Ibeju Oduk Access Road project. Minister of Works David Umahi disclosed that a plan during an inspection visit to the site on Sunday, noting that the decision is being weighed for technical and economic viability. According to the news agency of Nigeria, NAN, the move could significantly reduce construction complexity and cost. Umahi stated that the entire road project is on track for completion within 21 months. The access road is expected to serve as a key logistics corridor for the Lekki port, improving cargo evacuation and reducing congestion around Lagos. The minister reaffirmed the government's commitment to timely delivery, while also ensuring quality standards and cost efficiency on one of the country's most strategic infrastructure corridors. The Southwest region dominated Nigeria's telecom market in 2024, leading the both voice calls and internet subscriptions, according to a new report by the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. The region recorded 45.27 million active voice subscriptions, 28% of the national total of 164.5 million mobile users. It also led in internet usage with 185,475 users, representing 65% of national subscriptions. In terms of market share, MTN remains the top mobile operator with 84.6 million subscribers, representing 51.39% of the market. Airtel followed with 56.6 million, 34.39%, while Glo and EMTs, now trading as T2, had 20.1 million, 12.23%, and 3.28 million, 1.99% subscribers, respectively. The report highlights the region's growing digital engagements and the competitive dynamics of Nigeria's mobile GSM segments. Still to come in the news, Trade Minister says South Africa and the U.S. prioritize economic interests over temporary political disagreements. These and more will be coming your way after the break. Please stay with us. The World News is still on.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Winds and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10 square kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Thank you for staying with us. I will bring you more stories. Tanzania will commence construction of the long-delayed Bagamoyo port in December 2025, marking a major step in its infrastructure and economic ambitions, officials confirmed on Sunday. The port, situated 75 kilometers north of Dar es Salaam, is part of the wider Special Economic Zone plan that includes industrial parks, rail and road connectivity. Initially stalled for over a decade due to unfavorable contract terms with foreign developers. The revived project is now back on track under the new terms. According to Gaston Msigwa, the government's chief spokesperson, the deep sea port will feature 28 berths with construction beginning on 14. He noted that machinery is already en route and the port will have a depth of up to 20 meters, allowing it to accommodate the largest vessels in East Africa. Officials say the port will boost trade, manufacturing and regional competitiveness. And now South Africa's Trade Minister Pak Tau says negotiations with the United States over a trade deal will continue despite tensions at the G20 summit in Johannesburg over the weekend. Speaking on Sunday, Tau acknowledged that there were differences between the two countries, particularly around the content and direction of the G20 leaders' declaration. The U.S. delegation boycotted the summit in protest, but South Africa went ahead to finalize and adopt the declaration as host nation. Despite the diplomatic strain, Tau expressed confidence that talks surrounding trade cooperation, including the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, and broader bilateral agreements would remain on track. He emphasized that South Africa is committed to maintaining strong economic ties with the U.S., which remains one of its key export partners. Analysts say both sides are likely to prioritize economic interest over temporary political disagreements. Still in the news, the Banco Central NG Pilipinas, BSP, is considering a reduction in its benchmark interest rate next month to stimulate domestic demand. The central bank's government, Eli Remolona, said investor sentiment and consumer spending have been affected by a continuing corruption scandal. Remolona noted that further easing of monetary policy could support economic activity and boost demand, helping the country navigate current uncertainties. The BSP is weighing options to ensure measures effectively stabilize growth while maintaining financial stability. The move underscores the central bank's proactive stance in addressing shocks to confidence and consumption, signaling potential support for businesses and households amid challenging conditions. And away from that story, China added 12.6 gigawatts of solar panel capacity in October, up from 9.66 in September, signaling steady recovery after installation dropped to near a 3-year low in August. The growth, however, remained below last year's 20.4 gigawatts for the same month, highlighting ongoing volatility in the sector. The National Energy Administration reported that the rebound reflects renewed investment in solar infrastructure and supportive government policies encouraging renewable energy expansion. Analysts say the increase demonstrates China's commitment to its long-term carbon reduction and clean energy targets despite seasonal and market fluctuations. Industry expert notes that sustained growth in solar installations could stabilize energy supply and reduce reliance on fossil fuels, reinforcing China's strategic transition towards renewable energy. The recovery is expected to influence regional solar markets and drive innovation in solar technology development. India's finished steel imports declined sharply by 34.1% year-on-year in the first 7 months of the 2025-2026 financial year. Provisional government data revealed by Reuters on Monday has shown between April and October, the world's second largest crude steel producer imported 3.8 million metric tons of finished steel, Despite the decline, India remained a net importer of the alloy during the period. Analysts say the drop reflects a combination of higher domestic output, weaker demand for certain grades, and the impact of tariffs or trade restrictions. Domestic producers have also ramped up capacity, reducing reliance on foreign supplies. The figures come amid broader concerns over global steel trade imbalances and pricing volatility. India policymakers are expected to maintain a close watch on the import trend as they assess potential impact on local manufacturers and infrastructure projects dependent on steel. And now, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has criticized Japan's leader for making public remarks concerning Taiwan, calling them shocking and a serious breach of diplomatic norms. In a statement released Sunday by the Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs, Wang warned that Japan was crossing a red line that must not be touched, escalating a diplomatic dispute that has strained ties for over 2 weeks. Wang is the most senior Chinese official to speak on the matter, and his commitment and comment underlines Beijing's growing frustration with Tokyo's stance on Taiwan. The diplomatic fallout follows recent remarks by Japanese Prime Minister Saneo Takachi, who suggested that a Chinese attack on Taiwan could justify a Japanese military response. Observers warn that the situation could disrupt regional stability and impact trade and security cooperation between the two Asian powers. Japan has yet to respond formally to Wang's statement. Still in the news, Hong Kong leaders John Lee on Monday expressed support for China's diplomatic approach towards Japan, marking the first public comment from a Hong Kong official amid rising tensions between the two nations. Lee stated that his administration would closely monitor the situation and respond in line with national interest, signaling alignment with Beijing's position in the ongoing diplomatic war that has now entered its third week. The rift between China and Japan was triggered by remarks from Japanese Prime Minister Saneo Takachi regarding Taiwan, which China views as a red line. The statement sparked strong reactions from Chinese officials and has since influenced regional political dynamics. Lee's support reinforces Hong Kong's role as a strategic extension of Beijing's foreign policy and reflects how the dispute is reverberating beyond national borders into key financial and administrative zones. You're still watching the World News. China strengthens economic ties with Germany in its bid to ease growing trade tensions. This and more will be bringing your way. Please stay with us.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we used to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Glad to know you're still with us. Now we'll bring you more stories on the World News this afternoon. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the recent 43-day government shutdown caused a permanent $11 billion blow to the economy, though he remained hopeful about 2026 growth prospects. Speaking on Sunday, Bessent said interest rate sensitivity sectors like housing had already entered recession territory, but stressed that the broader economy was not facing a full-scale contraction. He added that easing interest rate and planned tax cut could fuel a rebound next year. Bessent's comments come as economic analysts assess the long-term impact of the prolonged shutdown, which halted federal services and delayed key spending. Despite the setback, he expressed confidence that recent policy shifts would support recovery, especially if inflation continues to ease. The Treasury's outlook underscores the fragile balance U.S. policymakers must strike between fiscal discipline and stimulating economic growth. And away from that, China is pushing to strengthen ties with Germany in its highest-level talks with Berlin's new government, aiming to ease growing trade tensions and reverse recent diplomatic strains. The move comes as Germany, China, top European trade partner, grapples with the fallout from Beijing's export curbs on chips and rare earths, critical input for German industries. These restrictions have disrupted production lines and sparked renewed calls between Germany to de-risk from reliance on China. Tensions peaked on October when German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephol cancelled a scheduled visit to Beijing in protest of the curbs. However, in a notable shift, China has acted quickly to re-engage, hoping to restore confidence and cooperation. Analysts say both sides have strong economic incentive to mend ties, especially as Europe balances strategic caution with its dependence on Chinese market and supply chain. Still in the news, German business sentiment unexpectedly declined in November, highlighting persistent challenges to economic growth despite increased government spending. The IF Institute's expected index fell to 90.6 from 91.6 in October, contrary to analysts' predictions of stability. Measures of current conditions edged slightly higher, suggesting that while existing operations remain steady, further expectations have weakened. The drop signals cautious among companies as they navigate economic stagnation and policy-driven support. Analysts warn that sustaining a rebound may require more robust fiscal and structural measures as confidence remains vulnerable to domestic and global uncertainties. And away from that, the head of the Federation of British Industries, CBI, will on Monday accuse Finance Minister Rachel Reeves of sidelining the business voices ahead of this week's UK budget. In a speech, the CBI chief is expected to criticize Reeves for not engaging employers on key issues like high energy costs and labor reforms. The group will also urge the minister to avoid bouldering the economy with multiple small tax hikes, warning that such a strategic risk causing debt by 1,000 taxes. Instead, the CBI is advocating for a 1 or 2 broad-based tax increases that are simpler and less damaging to business confidence. The group also wants Reeves to make tough but necessary spending choices to restore fiscal stability. With the budget looming, pressure is mounting on the government to balance growth support with responsible deficit management. And wrapping up with some sport-related story, Nigeria Football Federation NFF President Ibrahim Musa Musau paid a supportive visit to injured Super Eagles defender Ola Aina in London as the player continues his rehabilitation. The NFF confirmed the visit on Sunday via a post on X, with Gusau wishing Aina a speedy recovery. The fullback has been sidelined since sustaining a hamstring injury during Nigeria's World Cup qualifier against South Africa in Bloemfontein last September. Aina's recovery is seen as a crucial boost for the Super Eagles ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, where his return could strengthen Nigeria's defense as they prepare for the continent tournaments. And lastly, Nigeria has unveiled a 12-man squad for the first window of the 2024 FIBA Basketball World Cup Africa qualifiers. Coach Abdulrahman Mohammed confirmed the roster ahead of the team's departure for Tunis, where they will open their campaign on Thursday. The Tigers will face host nation Tunisia in the opening Group C match, with Rwanda and Guinea completing the group. Nigeria is set to play Rwanda on November 29 and Guinea on November 30. The squad is led by former AfroBasket captain Ike Nwamu, who returned as one of the team's most experienced players. The team aims to make a strong start as they seek to qualify for the global tournament, with tough competition expected from the other group members. And that's a wrap on the news this afternoon, but before we go, here is a brief recap of today's top stories. Auditor General of the Federation's 2022 Financial Audit Report alleges NPCL of financial breaches totaling 61.1 billion naira. Southwest Nigeria dominated Nigeria's telecom market in 2025, leading in both voice calls and internet subscriptions. Tanzania commenced construction of Bagamoyo Port in December 2025, marking a major step in its infrastructure development plan. U.S. Treasury Department says the recent 43-day government shutdown cost a permanent $11 billion blow to the economy. And lastly, Nigeria unveils 12-man squad for the first window of 2027 FIBA Basketball World Cup Africa qualifiers. A very thank you for watching. We follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a great afternoon.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry and went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tom Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street.
the nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. Somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. you still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. We were trying to do now. We were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt, being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who had just won the election, or the one who had just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one all the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, 2 shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria see how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, what they wanted to know, who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadin was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo-man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Owebrand, of course, Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. And they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. SOUQ. It's the only thing that has gone to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. I brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, came and had his own first SOUQ, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another first SOUQ? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan, and then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a first stack in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, they'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, you know, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, you know, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere, I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight, that wasn't really what happened. And that You know, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, you know, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others, you know, coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state, you know, asked me a question that, you know, because in the past, you know, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts of, if there had been, you know, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, you know, issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what do you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning. By the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade, somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, you know, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Jurikoka. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have an answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, that's not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by a president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lead commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like those different stages you know, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, you know, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, you know, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. No, the child is a victim, but there are other, you know, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, you know, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, you know, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, you know, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at night to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, you know, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. You know, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, you know, try and rise up to that challenge. Our Chief Polani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, you know, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Yekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, you know, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, Iti whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, I mean, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no, no. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed. And they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Ichekiri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme,
enhancing institutional capacity for effective treaty negotiation, implementation, and oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world, it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and imposed as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm in Nigeria, I'm a citizen of Nigeria.
and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed. And I also, there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now, Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, obligation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all others necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.